Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Sim live stream. Today it's the 12th of April 2026, 4 minutes past 5 in the evening here in the United Kingdom. Back in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 in the excellent Avro RJ100 Professional. This aircraft we haven't flown for a few months. And my friends at Takeoff Studios, we were in Colombia only last week in the L1011 TriStar. They showcased some of their, or sent me some of their sceneries. They actually sent me every single one of the sceneries they own, which is pretty much every significant airport in Colombia. So we're doing two sectors today. We're in the beautiful seaside resort of Santa Marta at Simon Bolivia International. We've got two sectors. We're not doing flying out and return. We're doing sort of a V-shaped sector. We're going to firstly go to Manizales, Namibia, where we're going to probably have an overrun because that's what happened on my test sector. And from there onwards, we're going to go to Pasto, Antonio Nariño. Now, if you have a look on YouTube at both these airports, they're absolutely spectacular. Beautiful approaches, high elevation, lots of terrain, and of course the Avro RJ100 is powered by 4 hair dryers, so we're going to have an absolute mare trying to get into these airports. Lifetime live weather. It's a beautiful, I think probably mid-morning here in Bolivia this morning, so it's going to be good fun today doing these streams. Sectors, I should say. Who else we've got here in chat? Oh yes, minor inconvenience. It is my birthday today. I had a lovely lunch, and I'm going on to Early's on the next day, and this is the only opportunity I had to stream for probably a week or so, because I'm going to be super busy. I'd have a small chance to stream tomorrow in preparation for my line check. So yeah, first ever time I've done a stream on my birthday in the 10 years I've been running the channel, but thank you very much for all the kind words. Come in, Aaron Hastings, Josiah Plays, loving the new overlay. Yes, that's from Gadget FPV, all custom made, ready for streams in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Adam K-Pack, thank you very much. Sky Pilot 001, Aerosecure and Lamar Airways procedures today. Yes, hopefully we won't end up in a pile of aeroplane bits in a tree, which honestly, this airport we're flying to on our first sector, there's ATRs that routinely operate into this airport, but this thing I don't think would be certified to, because it's so high up the elevation, 6,000 feet. We'll have to see how we get on today. Live in front of you, flying one up Pasto. You're already aware of this approach, a flipping fantastic approach. Yes, that will be our second sector from Namibia in Manizales. I'll show you our routing in a second. Smoggy Liam, hope you're doing well. Doug209, the Vince, Andy Nuttall, Simbear UK, if I can say hello to you. And oh yes, we've got the dev here, Gadget FPV, who helped me make this overlay. We spent about 3 or 4 hours on the phone on Discord, but thank you very much for all your hard work getting this custom overlay made, and for your help this morning whilst I was just getting things sort of set up for this stream. We fixed the little issue we had. Who else we got here? Flying what up, saying hello. Romulus, good day to you. Very happy birthday. Thank you very much for popping into the stream today. Anyway, like I said at the start, massive thank you to Takeoff Studio for sending me their scenery. This is Sierra Kilo Sierra Mike, Santa Marta, Simon Bolivia International. So this isn't a stock airport. He's done a lot of work on the mountains around here to look very nice. This is quite a large airport. No problem for the Avro RJ today here. We do have to backtrack the runway, but we've got a lovely little terminal area, some ships here. At least they're not stuck like in the Strait of Hormuz, but there they are in the background here. And we have a little terminal around here as well, looking very nice. But here is the beautiful Avro RJ100, completely cold and dark for our sector. Thank you, Calador.
Happy birthday, Captain.
Cheers.
Haven't caught a stream in ages.
Oh, thanks for popping
Celebrating getting my medical back after a bit of a hiccup, and ready to start flying again.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your kind words. That's most kind, and I'm sorry that you had a little hiccup with your medical. No doubt you'll be up and flying again very soon. Thanks for popping in today. Cheers, buddy. Sick record's amazing. I don't know what's amazing he said, but maybe the scenery, I don't know. But looking very nice. We've got some of Manny's catering ready for our sector today. I'm having to limit the payload because, like I said, I did a test sector. I overran the runway just. The brakes were on fire, and on takeoff I ended up in trees. So I've lowered the weight by 3 tons and not tested if I can do it. So I don't know what time, because it's my birthday today, and we went out for lunch. So yeah, we'll have to see how we get on. But we're in the latest version of the Avro RJ100. What's great, someone has made a profile so I can actually use the MCP, the Boeing 737 MCP from wing control. Not all the buttons and knobs work, but most of the important ones do, so we can use that today. And here we have yoke cam. Oh, looking very smart. I just realised I've still got my smart shirt on today. But yeah, we will have a lot of fun on this sector. But yeah, we've flown this aircraft a couple of times. Obviously, this is an improvement over the 146. The aircraft was stopped being produced a number of years ago. There's not many of these commercially flying there, but it's a little bit easier to use in a desktop simulator because you have modern avionics and a flight management computer to help you with the setup. But there they are, the 4 hair dryers and a tiny APU at the back. Very nice, looking very cold and dark here. K. Williams, best aircraft ever of RJ100 and Avro 146. It is a very niche aircraft, but one that's very popular with all av geeks and in the flight sim community, and Just Flight have done a great job reproducing this aircraft. Anyway, let's jump into the cockpit, which is completely cold and dark. For those of you who know what I'm following today, there's this fantastic checklist here which I follow. This one's by PHBKO, and it's custom made for the RJ. It's based off real world procedures, but it sort of reminds you, look, overhead panels. What I love about Just Flight, there's a number of click spots built in, so things like matching the V speeds on the PFD. There's hidden click spots for that, the toga switch in the screw. It reminds you on this checklist where to find these buttons as well. So I've been using this every time I fly the Avro RJ, which is quite useful. A little bit about our routing then. Let me bring up Navigraph charts before we start setting up the aircraft. Actually, I need to import my SimBrief flight plan for this sector, so let me just get rid of that one. Import from SimBrief. This is the latest one, 1630 Zulu. So here we are. Here's Colombia, South America, United States off to the north of the Caribbean as well. Going to depart off runway 19 to start with. First flight 1.5 5 minutes. Here's our destination. Honestly, why I've chosen this, it was actually Takeoff Simulations said this is the best airport, the best approaches in Colombia, and I went, oh okay, oh yes, the runway isn't that long, it's 1400 meters. London City's about that length, but there's a minor issue with the elevation being 6,860 feet, which ain't good for hair dryers on this aeroplane. So yeah, we'll just see how we get on. It's only in one way and out the other because the terrain is all off to the east of the airport, so a bit like Lukla. So yeah, it's an incredible approach. Look, if I survive and get in, we're going to do a second sector, shorter flight, about 45 minutes. Going into Pasto here, and this is another spectacular approach. The threshold of runway 02 I think is right on a cliff, so that's what we're going to fly today. So yeah, we've got to get to our first airport first and see how we get on. Let's now get rid of this, jump on into the airplane. So as I mentioned, completely cold and dark. First things first is just check the SimBrief flight plans all synced in. So there we are, first route from Santa Marta to Manizales or Lanubia Airport with an off-block time of airborne time of 1645 Zulu. So that's all in. If we go here to aircraft, we'll import the SimBrief OFP. So there we are, fuel is loaded. And I've got GSX doing its thing here. I think it's fully synced up, so I think I'll bring GSX up. Request boarding. Boarding requested. Let's use Avianca. So there we are. It's going to start opening the doors for you. Oh, it's going to actually connect the air bridge. I thought it was going to use the stairs, but it's got a long way down. Well, hopefully there's no one in bikes or wheelchairs, otherwise they're going to go quite quickly down the hill. But there we are. The air bridge is attaching to the front, and now we'll all board that way. Oh, very good. That's actually super realistic how it curls around the fuselage, but there we are. All the actions are underway to start boarding here. As mentioned, 80 passengers out of 112 I think is the total capacity, so it just to give me a fighting chance of getting into Lanubia, I've just limited the passenger load there. Very ambitious air bridge with cool, that's for sure. Vasil Don Chilaz 1585 said, we used to have the 146 in the Greek Island short strips, very whizzy, not anymore. Yeah, it's a no longer really a viable option in today's aviation world. We'll put it this way, it burns more fuel than a Max or a A320 Neo and only carries 112 passengers max capacity. So yeah, was of an era which we just won't have anymore, but it's a classic jet, so one we can always fly in desktop simulators. Right, so external power is available. We'll put on the battery. External power is connected, so you can hear the aircraft powering up nicely. Cabin emergency lights.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oh, gracias. The panels are all over the place here. So look, nav lights are up here. The cabin emergency lights. It's such a busy overhead panel. Nothing is where you expect it to be, but we'll work our way and sort of do a panel scan following the checklist here. I'm just going to turn down GSX ever so slightly because that can be very loud and annoying. I've got people dinging me.
Departure checks complete.
in the background. So your dampers on, autopilot master switches on, avionics master switches are all on as well. Ground ignition, we'll just select A. Brake fans off for now. Anti-skid wants to be on. Lift spoilers on as well. Galley switches I think are in a slightly different position if I remember rightly. There we are, all the way down here, so make sure we've got the coffee machine on. Generator 1 and 4 in the off position, we'll turn those on after the engine starts. APU generator on, fire handles in, and then we're going to start the APU. Now what we're going to do is leave the APU running for takeoff in both departures, because I need every bit of oomph for the engines. Not so much from this departure in Santa Marta, but definitely needs to do a bleeds off takeoff in La Nubia. That's if we survive the landing. So I'll start the APU now. There we are. It's booting up here. There we are. You can see the RPM increasing. Let's have a look here. Can we see the passengers boarding? I always like to see. Yeah, they are. There's our virtual passengers. I did turn on the option to see the passengers in the aircraft, but they all appeared as like a glitched pink lit passengers. So unfortunately, they are going to disappear as soon as they take their seats. But I've got the oomph for the PC to be able to manage that here. So APU starting. Don't forget to turn on one of the fuel pumps. I'm just going to turn them all on for this sector. And also, the weather today is actually really nice. I think at our destination it's showing. Well, here, look. Got no significant cloud, 10k, 32 degrees, so we want that conditioned air in the cabin. And our destination, 9,000 meters, slow scattered cloud, winds from the west. Oh gosh, we're gonna have a 7-knot tailwind for landing. Oh no, I had a headwind on my test sector. Good for takeoff, not so good for landing. I think I'm gonna have to land on the numbers. Oh gosh. Right, we'll have to look at that later. But anyway, look, we don't need any additional fuel. Simbrief OFP is 5538. And I think that's the absolute minimum we've got here. Let me just double check my calculator. I don't want any extra weight on this plane today. So look, we've got absolute minimum block fuel on board, but the passengers are increasing here. Right, we'll take absolute minimum block fuel. Again, you wouldn't get away with that in real life, because as soon as you go to 5,537 kilos, that's it. You're below minimum off block fuel. You need to be refueled. So we always end up rounding it up. Right, APU is running. We'll get some conditioned air in the cabin, so we'll put APU air on, and one of the packs, there we are, so we've got some conditioned air coming into the cabin, and control lights as required, so we can reset the master warning system, and there's going to be various master cautions as we set up the aircraft as well. Various tests we now do to check the hydraulics and DC and AC pumps. Power transfer unit, you're essentially checking the hydraulic increases when you switch these systems on, but we are not going to turn on any failures today. So that's it. Boarding complete is ongoing, and we're offloading the passengers. I'm just going to hide the yoke here and turn on the EFIS master switches, and we're going to start the IRS alignment as well. So the IRS switches are by the first officer. We're going to go straight to nav. And now we're going to load up the FMC. So there's full SimBrief integration available. I'll bring up the operational flight plan for you here as well, so you can see what I'm doing. Pause in it, we'll put in our position. So we are in Sierra Kilo, Sierra Mike. Last position is our current position. Route, and then it's under init ref, I believe, index. Load SimBrief route, there we are. Request. There we are, so it's fully loaded, it just doesn't put your SID or star in. So departing off runway 19, just double check the weather, what's the wind doing? Yeah, 25085, so it's favouring runway 19er. So we'll go here to departure arrivals, departures, runway 19er, and then it's the Mike Golf November 2 Delta. Execute, and departure arrivals, it will be VDM Yankee. There's only one way into La Nubia, and it's going to be the arrival of Voulet 1 Alpha via, let me just double check here, Matro. There we are, and we're not selecting the LAN-up transition. If you select the LAN-up transition, it enters the hold. So execute this. We're just going to quickly go through the legs, make sure there's no discontinuities. LAN-up. And after LAN-up, we want to go straight to Mike Zulu Lima, and then if we get to the VOR, I'll show you the approach later, we have to the go around is if you get to the VOR not visual, you have to do a 180-degree turn afterwards. If you land, you are committed to landing there. You cannot go around because it's like, look, there's mountains in the way, and I cannot find any bulks go around procedures or bulk landing procedures here. So look, that's all loaded in. The next is init reft. So the 0 fuel weight is going to be changing, I think, because I think it's live and interactive. So we will get 34.2 tons will be the final 0 fuel weight once we're loaded. So I will put 34.2. Oops, just clear this scratchpad message. Now we are 34.2. Reserves to get to Bogota is 2.3 tons, our alternate. Cruising at flight level 240 will probably take about 2 hours to get there in this aircraft, but hey ho. Execute. Wind, we'll put the average wind 206 at 7. And the ISO deviation, let's have a look here at the cruise. Top of climb, ISO deviation is minus 50. Oh no. Oh, it's P 18 degrees. Wow, that's a big difference, huh? 18. It is hot though, to be fair. There we go. Perfect. That's all you need to put in this FMC. It's very basic in the Avro RJ. The performance calculator, we can actually use sim briefs. Just to give you a little word of warning of what I'm going to have to deal with later, if I just hide the charts. Take a look at this. There we are. Arrival runway may be inadequate for landing. Never seen this message before. So yeah, I looked at the landing performance. Calculate for later on. With full flaps, actual landing distance is 1799 meters. Landing distance available is 1,400 meters. I stopped at about 1,410 meters. Went on the grass just at the end, so it's doable. Let's just see what happens. But yeah, max runway weight exceeded. Even empty, it said it was too much, but there's no entertainment otherwise. Anyway, look, for takeoff here, runway 19. Populate the weather. We could take flap 24 for takeoff, thrust reduction flex of 38 degrees. So the
boarding is complete.
Thank you. Let me just go here to legs.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross check.
I love all the interaction here. It's really cool. So the take, I think it's still loading the passengers. Oh, 80. What is the 0 fuel? Yeah, 34.2. And is the? Am I having to? Do I have to refuel? Yeah, hold on, I've only got 2 tons of fuel on board here. Let me just double check. Why the fueling's not... Do I have to tell GSX to refuel, or can I do it instantly? Yeah, I've only got 2 tons, that's not going to be good. It's a good job I checked that. I just press start refuel. There we are, look. Refueling complete, 5538, perfect. And we have 2770 aside. So now that's correct. You see here, this is a fantastic little tool here. Just like I've done. So we've got this live interactive takeoff V-speeds calculator. So weight 39.6 for takeoff, which has been sort of... Let me just bring this up here. It's been sort of... if I move that here... It rounds it up to the nearest ton. So this is suggesting flap 24. So watch here. If you look here on the PDF, top right, when I select on the tablet... here 24, there you go. See how the speeds have been updated? 127. It updates your speeds automatically. You just simply select your takeoff flaps you want and it puts all your V speeds in. We don't need to do a max toga takeoff here. We could do flap 24 thrust reduction flex, so we can select it reduction and select a temperature of 38 degrees. So temp 38 degrees. There we are. So the performance now matches the sim brief takeoff calculator. Which is all done. Great. Press B to set the QNH. Where did we get to? So we have loaded the FMC, completed the takeoff performance calculation. The EFIS master panels are set. Let's now set up the MCP for the SID. So we're flying a Barranquilla to Delta, which is basically straight ahead, slight right turn to the Mangangu VOR. So we're going to proceed to the Santa Marta VOR to start with. So 16.6 active, which I'm tuning up now. Turn on the DME. 16.6, 16.6, and then afterwards we're going to go to the Mangangu 14-1. McBoyd, thanks 3 months as a member. Shall we start to fill in the is that a safety report for runway excursion now or later? If you wanted to start the draft, McBoyd, I'll sign it later. Thank you very much for hopping in today. Thanks for your support as a member. Right, straight ahead, 191 as the first course. I've actually got this set up on my MCP, which is cool. 191, but the other course doesn't work. It'll be 205. So I have to do this manually. 205. Altitude, there's no sit stop altitude here, there's no ATC, so look, we'll go straight up to our cruise level of 240, which I've set on the MCP. Runway QDM is, if I select airports, runway 19 is 187, which I've set in the heading book now. It's ultra sensitive, so I'm using MobiFlight to allow this to work. There we are. So we've briefed the taxi is very straightforward. Backtrack Bravo 180, full load for runway 19, and it's to one VOR then to another VOR. Very simple SID. So happy days. Departing off runway 19. Right, MCP is all set up. Flight mode, CVR, EGPWS, TCAS, your test LV systems. Parking brake is set. We've got yellow. So yellow on yellow, that's absolutely fine. Are we C-taffing here, or is there any ATC? No ATC, I'm afraid. For now, I'm just going to turn up the lighting on this. There we go. So we're Unicom in 122.8. Perfect, that's active. Thrust levers, fuel off, hydraulics are off. Oh gosh, there's a bit of noise here on my... Oh, hold on, I've just got to turn my... There we are, make sure the air brake is completely stowed, the fuel is all in the cut-off position. Fuel quantity verified, so yeah, 2770 aside, we've got our minimum block fuel of 5.6, something or other. So we can turn on the seatbelt signs, which is up here on the overhead panel. There we are. What else we need to do? I think that's pretty much it. Flight directors turn on. Those switches working on the MCP, which is good. And the V-speed is set automatically, 127, when you push the flap 24, whatever flap you want for departure, which is pretty cool. And we're ready for the before start checklist. So basically what we do is turn on the AC pump. Oh, we don't need to do that because we haven't used the air stairs, so they're still retracted. So you have to use the AC pump to retract the air stairs, and then you turn the AC pump back off again. Turn on the beacon, ready for start. So let's request prepare for pushback and departure. There we are. That's retracting the cargo bags. Because I've got no hydraulics, the air brake's open at the moment. Aeropuerto International, Cyber Bolivia. There we are. Did see a business jet there. That's a smart jet. Oh, cool. Alpaca 29 Tango. Is that actually genuinely that aircraft's reg? Uh-oh. I didn't put the APU on the bus. Not a good start, is it? Goodness knows what faults that causes. Oh. Don't forget to put the APU on the bus before the external power is disconnected, which is automatic by the looks of it. Oh dear. Right, let me just do a quick panel scan. That's all meant to be low pressure. I forgot to set the elevation here at destination as well. That's going to be 6,800 feet. 6,800 feet. Alright, I think no smoking, so let's turn that on. Yeah. Okay. Ice protection will be off for now. MCP set up. That guy's doing some sort of dab. Okay, I think we're alright. Oh, one other really neat tool, guys. If you want to set your trim, press this here. There you go, and it sets your trim automatically, which is really cool. Schoolboy, yeah, I know. Classic mistake. Right, let me just do a quick edit pushback on the map. There we are. And enter. Why won't it let me save the route? Uh-oh, hold on guys, I'm just doing my pushback here in the background. Uh-oh. Oh gosh, new sky guys, let me just get that up and running as well. I'm so out of touch with my streaming. Romulus, there's a 737 driver one.
Cabin is secured for departure.
Thank you. One would think you would remember putting the APU on the bus. Yes, yes, yes. Sometimes I forget things when I'm in unfamiliar, scary aeroplanes. Book flight, free flight, Alpaca Airways. What are we? 10 Romeo Juliet. Departing from Sierra Kilo, Sierra Mike. Sierra Kilo Mike Zulu. Aircraft RJ100. There we are. We'll put departures 16:45. That's fine by the time I've got it started. Book flight. I've got a perfect 10-10-10 this month. Unlikely. This next sector. Right. Flight started. Okay. So I can now complete the before taxi flow. So APU air off. The engine starts. Pack 1 and 2 off. Fuel pumps are on. Start power norm. Beacon on. Here. And starter masters on. Okay. Release parking brake. Which is here. On time of departure, guys. 16:30 Zulu. Professional streamer here. Never late. Reset the bus. Gosh, that's a quick pushback. My goodness, not messing around here. Right, starting engines then. So the engine start sequence 4, 3, 2, 1. So we'll select 4. See what we've forgotten. Start. Doing a thing. Excellent. Whoever thought putting lights up there is criminal? Yeah, it's a busy panel, that's for sure. Oh yeah, sorry, isn't engine anti-ice on for start? I think you're right. 10% N2. Light up, EGT. Absolutely no noise from the hair dryers. Why do you turn the engine anti-ice on for startup? I think I've asked that question before. Absolutely no noise. Okay. Where's that chubby parking brake? Unlooking gear. Alright, good start. Oh my gosh. What was that bang? I think we've just collapsed the gear. Alright. N2. N1. 10% fuel on. Light up. I like these tiny little gauges here. The detail is very good. So these tiny little oil pressure gauges. Oil temperature. Oh, getting a ding dong from approach. Oh gosh, why do they always log on ATC as right at the most dynamic phase, which is starting engines? Wait until this start operating light. Extinguishers, there we are, starting 2. I'll contact him as soon as I've started all the engines. N2. Oil pressure M1, 10% fuel on. Can't really hear much out here. So quiet. Josiah, you didn't call him? They've been on for a while, oh have they? I literally checked 5 minutes ago and I couldn't... Yeah, it still shows no control... See, let me show you here on my V-Pilot. That's so strange, look. On my V-Pilot it shows no active controllers in range. How strange is that? So I just... why is that not... Why is that empty then? But then there is a controller here. 5 of us told you to call him. Oh yes, well I'm setting up an aeroplane single pilot. So why has that not come up on my V-Pilot? I've never seen that before in the 6 years of using VATSIM, where there's a controller here but there's no controllers in range. Right, let me just start engine number 1. Yeah guys, I'm very limited during start, like I can't interact with chat fully. But I have no clue why that's not come up on my display. I'll tune him anyway. I saw someone say 11901, but I presume that was some sort of CTAF frequency. Chat has a lot of sass today, I know. Santa Mia approach. Ciao, it's Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Just finished pushback. I'm so sorry you're not coming up on V-Pilot as any controller in range, so we're ready to copy departure clearance to Sierra Kilo Mike Zulu.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, Barranquilla approach. Good afternoon, no problem at all. Confirm ready to copy AFR clearance.
Ready to copy Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet.
Roger, runway 19er in use is 1 is 250 degrees 5 knots, QNH 1010, clear to Manizales ready, Manangwe 2 Delta departure, climb flight level 240, squawk 1701.
We're cleared to Sierra Kilo Mike Zulu via the Mike Golf November 2 Delta departure, and climbing flight level 240, squawk 1701, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, IFR clearance is correct. Complete your pushback and start up, and let me know when ready to taxi.
Gracias, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Okay, so we'll just make sure that's transponder. All, and that's coming up as mode Charlie there. Right, good. So, did I start? Right, I think we're started cut out and I've got 4 good.
Alpaca 2 Tango, we're ready for taxi.
Okay, start master off there.
Alpaca 29 Tango, taxi via Bravo, backtrack on runway 19, approved, report ready for departure.
Okay, it's quite a
Taxi,
busy
Bravo,
setup
backtrack,
now.
runway 19, report when ready for takeoff.
What I will
Alpaca
do
29 Tango.
is just make sure, because I was getting my clearance while starting engines, I just want to make sure I've missed anything there. So start selected, all engines started, so start selector switched off, start master switch off, engine anti-ice as required, not required, generator 1 and 2 can come online, 1, 2, APU air on, we're going to leave the APU running for takeoff with the packs both on, brake fans to auto, engine 2 and 3 pump on, there we are, AC pump auto, PTU on, heaters on, no animal bay heat fitted, flaps to 24, flight controls, full forward, full back, left, right, rudders, right and left, perfect, and recall, we'll now read the checklist to confirm it's set. I'm just going to do a quick takeoff warning check, so I'm just going to release the parking brake, push the config check, there you go, everything is configured as we need for departure, and we can now start taxiing. Now Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, request taxi.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, taxi via Bravo, holding point runway 19er.
Taxi holding point Bravo runway 19 at Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. It's a very short taxi, there's the whole point there. So, parking brake, release, and just add a little bit of thrust. Perfect. Think your V-speeds have been removed? I think you're quite right, that was when we lost AC power, so very well spotted. Select flap 24. Perfect, very well spotted that was.
Alpaca 29 Tango is fully ready.
Awesome. Guys, thanks, we got there in the end.
Tango, wind to 50 degrees, 5
No
rounds,
master
runway 19
cautions.
takeoff.
Oh gosh, what IRS? Ah, it's not aligned on the first opposite side. Oh, how do I do a quick alignment? Oh no, I've got to get the FO's instruments overlay. IRS done. We'll just advise him, we need a couple of minutes for departure. Alright, perfect. Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, we just need a few minutes at the hold point, just need to reset the system.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, roger, I'll take your time, we're ready.
We'll go Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Perfect. Alright, let's bring it to a stop. My IRS! I hope I don't have to do a full alignment. Right, yeah, it must be to do with losing... Oh gosh. Losing AC power, so I'll leave it on off. Let's see if it's like the 7.3. You have to leave it off for 30 seconds for it to power down. Is there a way of making it do a quick alignment or something on the settings? Oh, I don't think there is. Settings. No. It's alright. Just wait until the nav off light extinguishes. Or maybe it doesn't in the 146. Alright. Let's go to nav. Is there a way of finding out the alignment time? We'll have to find out. Oh dear, oh dear. David says, let's hope it's cloudy and low vis at Manizales. Thanks, Gadget FPV, for your input. Guys, yes, the overlay on top, that's Gadget FPV's work. Thank you very much for all his input making this. If If RS1 fails, you've got to have a backup, I suppose. You're right, list them in there. Think your V-speeds have been removed. Adam A20N, very well spotted. Dougal McTavish, thank you very much for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Perfect. He's technically Barranquilla approach, but he's covering 3 airports. Yeah, why is my... I've never seen V-Pilot not give me any controllers in range. But yeah, sorry I missed all your input there about ATC, guys. I saw the thing about ambitious, ambitious air bridge. That was about it. All right. Is there any alignment time here? We'll have to see how long it takes. Is it possible to fast on IRS by quickly moving the IRS switch from off align, nav align? Not sure if that works, but if you've lost alignment, you'd have to do a full alignment in any case. Just realised my DME's off on that one there. DME on. Yeah, let's give it a few more seconds. But if your aircraft's moving, it'll ruin the alignment. You have to stay stationary. Yeah, I did that one, Gadget FPV. We went to off, pulled it, and then back to nav again. But there's probably something which will tell me how long I have left on the alignment. But I think well, it's obviously following the real time it takes. We're quite close to the equator here, so it shouldn't take too long. Oh, I would be ready. This is causing an unnecessary delay. It was my own fault. Well, actually, in my defence, it just disconnected the GPU on its own. After I told GSX, could you please get rid of the air bridge? Right, no indication, great.
Golf Oscar Charlie Hotel Barranquilla approach, hello, go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes, sí, nos encontramos aquí, creo que es en la parte de...
hair dryers are drying everyone behind.
Requerimos
Flaps are extended.
instrucciones de taxi para tal vez 3
Come on,
circuitos
alignment.
entonces de Martilla para
Excuse me.
Cartagena Vieja para 4500, por favor.
Ha recibido información de salidas eco en Barranquilla. 0 hectopascales, mantenga escucha para
Oh, it's hot outside, look at that, 30 odd degrees.
Escucha para solicitud Golf Oscar Charlie.
We did that, Brady. Yeah, I went to off a line, wait for a minute, then to nav. Well, you shouldn't need to go to a line. If you go straight to a nav, it starts the alignment process. Has done every time I flew it. It worked to the first one. It's just because we lost AC power when GSX disconnected the GPU. I mean, it's not impacting autopilot engagement. So in the 7.3 you need two. My checklist. You need 2 IRSs, but it looks like the autopilot's engaging. The plus side of this, you put a little bit more fuel. Yeah, we're eating up our alternate fuel. I mean, it's 43 minutes past now. I'll give it until 45. But you need to pull it up. What do you mean, pull it up? To nav?
Golf Oscar Charlie Hotel Barranquilla. Encendido a discreción.
Yeah, I did. I went to left it off for over a minute and then went back to nav.
Notifique listo a rodar, espere pista 05.
As a quality of life edition. A quality of life edition? This is what I like to hear. So not realistic, but quality of life. Quickly moving the iris switch from off align, nav align. Alright, let's try that. So off.
Oscar 29 Tango, now further DTC is available. Monitor
Align.
uniform on frequency 122.8.
Nav.
Have a wonderful flight.
Align.
Come on 122.8, Alpha 2 Tango. Thanks so much for the service. Bye. Bye bye.
Now how long does it take? Yeah, okay, perfect. This isn't improving my quality of life. Pull the knob up. I did pull it up. Look, it goes back down. But quick align, do you have to have a full alignment first? Or is this quality of life a quick one? A quick align. Oh, hold on. I think we're good. Yes. Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Thanks for your patience. Ready for departure.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, Roger. Continue taxi via Bravo, backtrack, runway 19 approved, report 1 ready.
Via Bravo, enter backtrack, line of await, runway 19, we'll call ready, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Keep it on nav, yes. I do have a 737 rating. Thanks. So that must be a quick fix. And that's what I love when devs do put little quick fixes in for things like this, you know, quick alignment, because a quick alignment in the real aircraft you can do, but you have to have the RS fully aligned first, so you can't jump into a 737 cold and dark and do a quick alignment. It's impossible. You have to do a full alignment. Once a full alignment is complete, you can always do a quick realignment from a full alignment, which just sort of updates your position, because it will drift over time. So it's good that we've got a little shortcut there with Just Flight. Right then, so entering and backtracking. So cabin call press.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for takeoff.
Okay, lights are on. Strobes are in some stupid position up there. We check the flight controls.
Golf Oscar Charlie
MCP,
ruede vía alfa, punto espera alfa 3, notifique el paso.
order throttle on. Unfortunately, the magnetic switch doesn't work. So MCP set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights on, waiting for our takeoff clearance. Alright, entering backtracking runway 19er, 1 hour 5 minute flight to Manizales. This airport we're flying into is not designed to accommodate an Avro RJ. It's at nearly 7,000 feet elevation, 1,300 meters long. So it's less, well, the same runway length as London City, and it's incredibly narrow. This big chonky speed brake I've got is not going to really provide as much drag as it would do at sea level. I'm not going to start a timer, guys, but we'll make a note of the airborne time. Alrighty, cool. So this departure should be fine. It's a long enough runway here. Now Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, fully ready for departure.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, wind 250 degrees, 5 knots, runway 19er, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19er clear to takeoff, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Alrighty, clear for takeoff, guys. Lined up nicely. Beautiful, okay, Toka's in chat, let's go to Manizales. Oh dear, 55%. Should say stabilised. Oh, I didn't get the call today. That'll do. Set takeoff thrust.
Check thrust.
92.6.
Thrust set.
Off we go.
Airspeed alive.
Check.
knots.
Checked. Release forward pressure. Still using all the runway here. Oh my goodness me.
Go.
Okay. My goodness. Airport.
Positive climb.
Gold 9551, Barranquilla approach, hello.
Oh gosh, we're climbing at about 1,500 feet per minute.
Gear up, lights up.
Oh my goodness me, just turn the sound down slightly. Oh, I can't hear myself think. Right, wait.
Gold 9551, radar contact.
Wait till 1,000 feet.
3 Bravo arrival, continue distance at flight level 150.
Oh, we are in so much trouble later.
Now we can fly direct.
You'll find out in an hour's time.
Affirmative.
Okay, level change. Bug up.
Direct to Marta from level
220 knots. So the pitch bar should slowly come down, allow me to accelerate. He says. Select climb thrust now. perfect. Flight director and roll is quite sensitive, I found, on this aircraft.
Maka 10, Romeo Juliet, radar contact. Climb flight level 240, unrestricted.
Climb flight level 240, unrestricted, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. So I've got IAS. Is there something I have to reselect on this aeroplane to get it to pitch down?
Speed check.
There we are.
Flaps 80.
Okay, retracting the flaps. That's better. Now we're accelerating. It just not a lot of. It just is so slow. Avro is a short takeoff landing, but we did reduce the thrust quite a lot there for departure. Ah, yeah, we'll just pitch slightly below the flight director. Oh, perfect. Just monitoring our performance on the SID. Almost at the first VOR. Bring that one up there. There you go. God, you know what? I'm going to pitch right below the flight
Speed
director.
check. Flaps C.
Flaps up. Stop and accelerate.
Golf Oscar salió del recibido. ¿Qué viraje solicita para el circuito por izquierda o por derecha?
Oops. There
Si es posible por derecha sería fantástico.
we go. Alright, there we go.
Recibido Golf Charlie Hotel, posterior a la
Command
salida,
A.
viraje derecha aprobado, viento 010 grados. Cruzamiento 040 grados.
And at full climb
112,
thrust, we're climbing at
005,
1900 feet per minute at 220 knots. Let's accelerate to 250. I will complete the after takeoff checklist. Oh my goodness, I forgot how terrible the performance is of this aeroplane at climb. Okay, level change engaged, speed to 210 knots, flaps retracted, climb selected, engine 1, 2, 3, 4 on, APU air off, APU stop, and PTU can come off. There we are. Cabin cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, cabin crew have been released to begin their service, but please note that seatbelt signs are still on.
There we are after takeoff jet is complete. Just outside view, there you go. Beautiful. Stunning, isn't it? Look at the scenery. Wing view. Look at that. Manizales. Bring it on. Right, 250 knots, 1900 feet per minute climb rate. Full climb thrust selected. After takeoff check is complete. If we look by jib's left knee, you can see the pressurization. Cabin altitude 600 feet, 2.5 psi, climbing at 250 feet per minute. So, new overlay from Gadget FPV. What do you think, guys? Very clean, very tidy, custom to the channel. Hope it's not too big, not too small. We'll have to have a look at the cruise. Not that there'll be much of a cruise here at the destination. See if we can find a video of someone landing there in real life. Just increase the range here. Tune the Mike Golf November VOR for backup. We are 1410. I think was the active frequency. $14.1, that's correct. It's a great little tablet here. Very simple, but it does the job really nicely, and then you can progress the check the progress of your aircraft. So we've got 95 miles to run until that VOR. I haven't left the flaps out, have I? This is it. This is all I've got, guys. 250 knots.
Golf Charlie Hotel recibido, viento 040 grados.
Hi Harry, amazing how something that climbs so slowly can descend so insanely quickly, I know. Overtime controls online. What I might do... Oh yeah, now it's coming up now. Look, the frequencies are working. So I don't know why on the ground I had no frequencies. Bring it up now, look, I can see on V-Pilot. Strange. Go, hair dryers, go. Does it, Irish Pilot? Does the cockpit feel big? I suppose it's the same... It's the same width, isn't it, as the 7.3? I should think it's a similar size. Oh my goodness me. Dougal, maybe you've got forgot the afterburners. No, where's the switch? Oh goodness me. Anyway, look, we're approaching 10,000 feet. I then have to accelerate. What's the recommended climb speed? Passing 10,000 feet, 280 knots. Gosh. Just seen Joe walk past. I won't show her face. I want to show you on something very quickly. Look at my 1-year-old first officer. Are you looking at Daddy? She's watching all the screens. Okay. Yeah, there we are. I hope she won't become a pilot. It's going to be difficult to accommodate. Right. I need to climb. Set standard 1013. Should be all synced up. 2992, 280 knots. We are passing 111 for flight level 240 pre-cruise check, so lights can all come off. What's this called? Oh, I think it's just illuminated. Lights off, turn off, APU's off, pressurization is in auto, 4.2 psi set, no master cautions, checks complete. Oh gosh, I didn't realise how loud the aircraft is. I'm just going to turn the sim down. There we are. Perfect. Jonathan Wiltshire, cheers. 65 months, baby first officer looks very much like baby W did at this age, looking at the same things. I know. We're very strict though. No screens, no TV. Unless we sometimes, if you know, when you just have to put her down, we give her 15 minutes of Mrs. Rachel, but that's it. We don't want any screen time for her. So when she sees me in the computer, she's a bit like, whoa, bright lights, whatnot. So cheers, buddy. Thanks, Jonathan.
I'll go 9551, continue descent 5,000 feet, QNH.
Circuvian, is this a slow climber? Yeah.
QNH is
280 knots. I have full climb thrust. I mean, that's normal. I've got max climb thrust. Well, let's go a bit of max climb thrust. Oh my gosh. Calm down. 1,700 feet per minute now. Yeah. She's slow. Cruise 240. In fact, top of climb it thinks is right. Oh, is that because I've zoomed in so far? Maybe. Yeah, top of climb it reckons 20 miles.
Hotel viraje por derecho aprobado. Notifique en básico derecho para pista 0.
Romulus, thank you very much for your continued support, buddy. No screen time, so round gauges only then. Yeah, analog aircraft only. Cheers, cheers, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Al Straw Shed, will we make it to top of climb at this rate? Well, yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it's a long enough sector. Saying 20 miles and 280 knots. I think the operational flight plan has us cruising at, let's have a look here, Mach 0.70. I think that's quite close, isn't it? VMO's like 7.2 or something. Or MMO, sorry. 7.0 here. So I'll just maintain 280 knots at the climb. But she is struggling. Yeah, why on earth? Why on earth I chose this aircraft? But like I said, Takeoff Studio very kindly sent me all the scenery for today's stream. And there's some really, really cool ones now. Listen, can you turn the gear off on this plane? No, it's either up or down. Modern. HMS doing one, that's really good. So many iPad parents nowadays. Oh, absolutely. And it's the easy way out, isn't it? You know, your baby's kicking off. Oh, you know what can I do to calm her down? Especially if you go out to a restaurant, give her an iPad. Absolutely not. It's a shame. And, you know, I'm being very hypocritical here because I'm using a form of social media to show you guys, but we're all adults here. We can limit it, but Joey, my wife's a secondary school teacher, and there's a number of children now who are glued to phones. It's quite scary, really. And they hook you, especially these reels and TikToks and things like that. I don't have TikTok, thank goodness. But yeah, it is something that we said when we have children. When we sit at the table, we want them to interact with us. You know, if we go for a meal, you can have a colouring book, but we want to talk. We want to have a conversation. So all meals will be at the table laid for breakfast and dinner and lunch when they're not at school. Because that's what I had when I grew up, and I'm sure a lot of you did in chat as well. And I don't want my children to have social skills. Social skills there are a lot of people coming in here, a generation coming which do lack those skills. I mean, I see it. Anyway, we digress.
Recibido una vez en el aire, viraje izquierdo aprobado, viento 04
when the top climb on the top of descent I think we'll be okay. We've actually passed top of climb as calculated by the computer. We increased the range. There is top of descent. Should have 100 miles or so, guys, up here. I think on the next flight, it's wanting us up at flight level 300. I think I'll update that. Listman, your streams are more like a pub meetup for aviation nerds.
Clear for the island approach, runway 01.
Jonathan Wiltshire, absolutely time limited, watching together, that's fine. And like I said, you know, sometimes if I'm out, Joe's in, or I'm out, and I just need to get lunch ready, and she's screaming, we'll just put Miss Rachel on or something, just for 15 minutes, talking away. But yeah. We went out for lunch today, and it was really nice with my family and friends, and we brought obviously our daughter along, and she's still quite young, she's just over a year old, so can't really interact with anything, but she was looking at everyone at the table, she was eating when we were eating. It's really nice. Oh, Steve, hope you're doing well, buddy. As long as you don't have to climb to avoid another aircraft, you'll be fine. Yeah, if we get a TCAS RA climb, there's not much I can do. I mean, I've got a little bit of kinetic energy to transfer, but what time were we airborne? I can't even remember. I mean, I didn't start the timer on this because you lose the clock. But yeah, we are really struggling. I think it was like, was it 46 or something? Keep pedaling. Condor Miss Rachel is the modern day Mr. Rogers. If you're going to have something on a screen, she's about the best choice. Oh yeah, I mean, none of it's perfect, but it'll do. Harry, 1643 Zulu, so 20 minutes airborne, and I'm at 18,500 feet. Or even 43, 46. Winged Viking, should TCAS not take climb performance into account? No, it doesn't, I'm afraid. And in the 737, if you have an engine failure, we actually have to put the transponder to TA, because the RA could provide a climb command which exceeds single engine performance. So yeah, I mean, it's just increasing the risk, but single engine, you just might not be able to comply with it. So, you know, you can dispatch without a working traffic collision avoidance system. I can't remember the exact constraints of the MEL, but you know, if you've got an engine failure, that's the least thing that's on your mind. But ATC is the primary way of traffic avoidance anyway. As Santiago said, an RJ pilot told me once that the climb speed is 250 knots or Mach 0.62. Yeah, I think 280 knots might be a little bit too much drag. I mean, this PDF checklist I'm sort of following says, you know, above 10,000 feet climb speed is 280 knots, but, you know, I'm only managing 1,000 feet per minute at 280 here. Steve said mobiles should be banned when out together for sure. That's not an old-fashioned belief, it's simple manners as much as anything. Absolutely, yeah, no mobile phones on the table. Absolutely. Yeah, let's try 250 knots. I mean, we've only got 4,000 feet to go, so I'll bug 250. Obviously, the autopilot's going to pitch up because it's in level change. It's going to obviously give us a nice little zoom climb as we trade our kinetic for potential. Whee! Welcome. Up we go. Welcome on board, Fefi. Bill, Abed. Hope you're doing well, buddy. See my estimated time en route increasing.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, contact Bogota, frequencies 128.60. Have a good day.
128.60, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Thanks for your help earlier, bye bye. Perfect, over to Bogota, which is online. There we are, so 250 knots. It's giving me about 1,000 feet per minute, but obviously the air's a little less dense now, but we're nearly there, guys. Bogota, centre waypoint us, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, climbing flight level 240, approaching Mike Golf November.
Alpaca 10 Juliet, hello, radar contact, flight to flag 5. Just to confirm, did you request higher or will you maintain before second?
Request flight level 240 for cruise, it's all we can manage, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet.
Roger that, maintain flight level 240, you're on radar contact.
I maintain flight level 240, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. That's all I could do. But I was looking at my second flight plan. It has us cruising at flight level 300, so I don't know if it's just looking at my elevation going, yeah, you can make 30,000 feet. I don't think so. I mean, I've got max climb thrust. Yeah. I mean, number one, landing is going to be hair-raising. I've got to get out of there as well, don't forget, Manizales, to get over to our second destination, Pasto, which is an even more beautiful approach. .737 Adventure TCAS mandatory in RVSM airspace. Many countries make it non-MELable. Is it mandatory to have TCAS in RVSM? I'm not sure, because I think I've dispatched before without TCAS. I mean, the transponder worked. I'm having a look at... I've got my work iPad here. I'll have a look at the MEL now. I swear I once dispatched without TCAS. Maybe it was. Though RVSM we flew over at 280. I honestly can't remember. I feel like it was some time ago. There we are, out of holes. Out to quiet.
250 inicial, landing 630.
How do you pronounce this destination, guys? Everyone's saying. I wrote down Manizales. Is that correct? Anyway, max continuous thrust now available. Just turned my work iPad on for the first time in a week and a half. Annual leave doing that. 1,000 updates. David, can you show us what would be a realistic position in the cockpit, however this close to the instruments? I mean, I've sort of set my default seating position to what I'm happy with, and sort of similar to what I'd have in real life. So if you look at the back of my head, I'm slightly above the headrest, slightly ahead of the front there. I often, just before landing, I do put the seat up a notch, so it gives me a better view.
29er Tango, expect BOR Yankee approach, runway 10 in Manizales, report reform.
Is that for me?
Expecting BOR approach, BOR Yankee approach, runway 10 into Manizales,
Manizales. Just missed how he pronounced it. So yeah, you know, on approach I usually go up a notch. In IMC on a Cat 2, Cat 3, I actually am really bringing up a lot higher. It gives me a better view from the lights. So yeah, whatever's easiest really. There are limitations in desktop simulators, obviously looking at a monitor. Do what I can. Christine, hello. When do you usually log on to CPDLC after takeoff? It's mandatory in Europe. It is, and operator below. above 10,000 feet. Once we're just going to start configuring for the cruise, and then we disconnect descending past 15,000 feet. Anyway, what's the fuel flow here in the cruise? About 2 tons an hour. Not bad. What was that ding? Was that the cabin crew? No. We'll have a coffee anyway. Oh, we can accelerate a little bit now. Cruise at 0.68, so I'll change over this. Pootling along at 0.59, that's no good. TCAS2 mandatory, over 5.7 tons, 19, supplies to commercial air transport, most larger business jets, larger turboprop. Let's have a look here.
Delta Foxtrot, me confirma para lo no, ¿verdad?
Delta Foxtrot November 2 a la 1-2.
Delta Foxtrot November 2 para la posición 1-2.
Traffic collision avoidance system, let's have a look here.
Correcto. 4649 Golf.
Prosiga.
Okay. So, TCAS system, one install, 0 required for dispatch. You can operate provided it is deactivated. Ensure that en route or approach procedures in applicable countries do not require its use. Repairs are made within 3 days. The aircraft cannot be operated in uncontrolled airspace. So yeah, it'll be a matter of where the routing is, you know. Flight planning would ensure that we wouldn't go anywhere where TCAS is mandatory. Yeah, it's pretty restrictive. I swear, did I do a positioning flight that needed to be fixed or something? It feels like it was a long time ago. Anyway, there's 0.68 coming up.
4846, prepara RNP02 en Pasto, reporta viento 090 grados 091.
Ribbon, yeah, VR Yankee, that's the one I'm planning for. It's going to be quite challenging, a non-precision approach in an aircraft I'm unfamiliar with. Anyway, here we are. Ground speeds.
Preparamos la RNP de la pista 02 en Pasto, QNH 101 y copiamos información de
why the EFIS panel's not working. Anyway, data. Ground speed 421 knots, wind 6 knots, 83 miles.
10 Roman Juliet, traffic information. There's an Airbus A220 that just passed on to RJ 12 o'clock, right now at 1 o'clock, limit 2704 3000.
Visual traffic, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. There they are. Oh, Phantom is so cool. There they are though. Awesome. Well, here we are over Colombia. Awesome. That's so cool. Can't remember what I was saying now. Yeah, en route then. We'll work out our top of descent. In fact, I was having a little flick here with the data switch. I think the data switch had a distance there. I just want to increase the scale. See where it's populated. Yeah, so top of descent about 160 miles away. If I select data here, it says distance 76. What's that in reference to? And it's counting down. 75? It's not top of descent, is it? It's counting down though, because I see the top of descent just after the 160 mile rate. Not sure. ETA 1723. That's useful. Be as the crow flies. Ground speed is probably the most useful one now. But yeah, look, we'll do a fuel check at Servo, which is our next operational waypoint. And yeah, this is the star we're flying later, a Bullet 1 Alpha. And for us, we can expect to fly the VOR Yankee, which is basically... Right, let me find this approach on YouTube so we can watch it together, so you have a rough idea of what I'm going to have to contend with. Right, Sierra Kilo Mike Zulu Airport. This is the airport I'm flying into today. And the second airport I'll show you as well because I found a video on that. Oh, here we are, Piper Turbo Arrow. Just I'll share the screen in a second. Hold on. So bear in mind this is a really old video I'm bringing up on YouTube. Bear in mind this is a Piper Arrow, a GA aircraft, and I'm coming in here in an Avro RJ100. It's a terrible quality video. It's about, I think it was about 10 years old. It said. Can you see the runway? Yeah, the Piper. I should have bought the caravan. The black square caravan would have been a little better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a terrible quality video. But you can see how you can't go around. Let me try and find one of an ATR landing or something. Because an ATR does routinely operate here. There's an ATR from a passenger view. I want to see if
Opa, ya pisado 6 en uso, viento 230 grados 06 nudos, QNH 1021, temperatura 23 grados, retro,
oh, I think I found an ATR landing here. I think this is an ATR. 10-year video, but I think it's got a good quality one. So this is an ATR landing where we're going. So they're flying a visual approach. We'll fly the visual segment after the VOR approach. What's the visibility there today? They've got EGPWS warnings going off. Terrain ahead, pull up. I can't even see the runway on this video. Yeah. So this is what we're going to have to contend with. Skip ahead a little bit. I think, is that the airport there? Yeah, I think it's just coming into view. I mean, it's a turboprop ATR. I don't know what the shortest runway they could land at. What's the elevation here? 6,800 feet. I heard an ATR sound there. Woo! Yeah. No going around off this. Not in an Avro RJ, that's for sure. We are committed to landing. And you're in one way out the other. These trees I hit on my test sector. Such the trees here. Quite a... there's a graveyard there. This guy's looking a little high. There's another ATR, or no, some of the turboprop waiting for takeoff. There you go. No reverse thrust in an Avro RJ either, it's just that big fat speed brake, which probably won't do much. There you go. Woo, woo, woo. Right, let me show our second destination, which is just as cool. I think this is in an Airbus. Check this out. Just trying to skip ahead. Look at this. I think we're going to have to do this the same approach runway 02. Or is it an AT? I'm not sure.
Alpha 29 Tango requesting descent.
This is bonkers.
Alpha 29 Tango, 9,500 feet, QNH.
Well, they had to put the runway somewhere.
Defend and maintain 9,500 and QNH 1020, Alpha 29 Tango.
No, it's QNH 1026.
Is that an Airbus?
QNH 1026, Alpha 29 Tango.
There we go.
Guardando la 28466 de vuelta en
Amazing.
Gracias, gracias.
So that was runway 02. I don't know if what runway. I think the wind might be favouring runway 20 today for our second airport. I'll have a little look here. It's down here somewhere. Is that it? Yeah, Pasto. Let's have a look. 10012 gusting 24. Lovely. A full crosswind. That's favouring runway 02 just. So yeah, we'll have to do the I think it's an RMP approach. Authorization required. So yeah, we'll try and plug this in into the Avro RJ. What's the worst that could happen? All the other approaches are straight in off the ILS. So I doubt the Avro RJ is certified to fly authorization required approaches, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. Even if I have to hand fly, it will fly around the corner visually. Can it do it? No, I don't think it could, because this requires VNAV. I don't think I could do this in the Avro RJ. I might have to come straight in on runway 20, guys, with the 1 knot tailwind. I think the approach is still pretty dramatic, though, isn't it? 737, I'll go by train. Yeah, I think I won't be able to fly it because it won't be able to do this arc accurately, and this will be a continuous descent arc, and we don't have VNAV. Double GPS required, radius to fix required. I can't fly this approach. This would be great, and I'll come back here in the PMD G73, but I cannot fly runway 02. Is there any circle to land available? Doubt it. Oh, I could do a circle to land. Not authorised to the east. Alright, I'll tell you what, I'll do a circle to land. That'll work. So circling minima, well this would be Cat B, 1600 feet. Yeah, 1600 feet. Downwind, 4.2 miles. Yeah, we'll see what happens later. I've only got 45 minutes aside, but the aircraft cannot actually fly that approach. So I'll either do, if it's runway 02, I'll have to request the localizer only approach down to the circling minima and quickly write out tracks and timings. Anyway, here we are. Beautiful Avro RJ in Colombia. Very nice indeed. Does this ticket include parachutes? I'm afraid not, Skypilot 00. Harry, how do you decide whether to use flap 10 or gear to help increase drag when you have a tailwind on a standard 3-degree ILS? I mean, Boeing don't recommend to use gear for drag. We use flap 10 routinely for tailwinds. You can configure a bit sooner, but if you're high on the approach, dropping the gear can give you actually quite undesirable high rates of descent. Sort of within 10 miles, we don't want to be exceeding 1500 feet per minute. Close to the ground, so yeah, if you're established on the vertical profile, dropping the gears is a viable option, but not to recover lost height. Awesome. RJ's beginning to stand for real jug. Yeah, it's engines are not happy at high altitude. That's all. Oh, this could be sketchy, guys. I should have taken the ATR. There we go. Obviously, Harry, where you operate the 7-3, just obviously follow your operator's applied procedures. I think I've got the ATR video still playing in the background. There we are. I wondering what that noise was. Sounded a bit turboproppy. There we are. Turn the sim up now. Cool. Look. Anyway, top of descent. This. You'll see on the MCP it has VNAV, but like the real Avro RJ, it was never installed or certified with the flight management computer, so it doesn't work. Your two descent modes are level change and vertical speed. For that reason alone, we cannot fly the RMP authorization required approach on the second sector into Pasto. So we'll either request straight in ILS or the circle to land onto runway 02. This top of descent, how's that being generated? That's my next curious question.
Hello, Radio 500.
Just checking the charts on our operational flight plan. Anyway, look, we're at flight level 240. We need to get down to about what's the elevation here? 7,000 feet. So we don't have a huge amount to lose. About 17,000 feet. That's all we need to lose. That's why the top of descent's quite late. So we'll start setting up for the approach now.
Hotel Kilo 4649 Golf, Alfa 1154 salida.
You've got a couple of VORs. We actually flew this exact routing in the L1011. Our destination was Cali, but the same lateral routing was flown. So look, we're just going to start setting here for VOR Yankee. So the VOR frequency is 112.1. 1, 2. Course is 126.
Bogota Central, good afternoon. I'm Echo 107 on the ground in Bucaramanga for a request for the ACHA.
126. Just turn down the pilot slightly. Right, minimum's there. 7,900 feet. And we're going to use vertical speed. We're going to fly vertical speed approach. 7,000 meters required.
That's correct.
We've got 9,000 meters. And a tailwind, a 5-knot tailwind on this approach. Wonderful. Right, anyway, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get to the approach via Voulet and Charlie Delta 10.
Runway 35, squawk 1001, Echo 187.
So, if we go to the next page, you can see here, Voulet.
Is correct, report ready for pushing start in Bucaramanga.
So there's the arrival, and it's a really sharp turn.
The wind is very old,
to the initial fix, 7 miles from Mike Zulu Lima. Go down to 10,000 feet, and then Lanub, which is the final approach fix, 9,500 feet, inbound on the 306 radial. So from Lanub, make sure we're level, 9,500 feet, get fully configured, gear down, flap 33, and then after Lanub we're going to start descending towards the Manizales VOR. And what's beauty is with VS approach, you've got your required rates of descent here based off your ground speed. So the reason I want to get fully configured is to lower my workload, see what my ground speed is, and then we can work out the required rate of descent. And basically you'll keep descending 9,500 feet at 5 miles, 4 miles 9182, do some height checks, adjust the vertical speed. When you get to the Mike Zulu Lima VOR, you need to decide what to do. If you're not visual, you must immediately go around, which is left turn, max 130 towards Lanub, climbing to 10,000 feet. If you're visual, you can continue and land. Now, this is the standard go around of the missed approach from the VOR. If you go past the VOR and you subsequently decide to go around, you need to be aware of some bulk landing procedure, which I don't have access to. I think from
VOR Yankee runway 10 is Manizales.
Expecting the VOR Yankee runway 10 in Manizales. Vaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Yeah, so we have to commit. If we're past the VOR and we're like, we have to commit, because I do not have the climb performance to get out of here. This aircraft it's crap, and it's not the adult. The adults are basic, but the actual aircraft is crap. I'm at 6,800, 7,000 feet, full ground thrust. It's gonna be basically crawling away, and I'm gonna hit a mountain. So I am committed after the VOR to land, and I'll be squinting for that runway. And it doesn't line you up. Look, I'll disconnect the automatics of the VOR, fly visually. We should have the visibility set at 9,000 meters. If we're not visual at the VOR, left turn, as I said, climbing up to 10,000 feet. Right, minimum set 7,900. How on earth do you set that in the Avro RJ? Is it here, decision height? Yes. So, I mean, I want to set this as an altitude. Is there a way of setting altitude here as your decision height, or do you have to use I want to set it as an MDA. I want to set 7,900 off the altimeter. And look, I can only set a maximum of 500 feet on the decision height. So, I mean, how do you turn it off? I don't think you can. I can set a little bug here, look, so we know it's 7,900 feet, so I can put a bug at the 9. I'll just have to go from there. Yeah, that's it, guys. I've briefed the approach, frequencies, courses, minimums. Yeah, there's not much additional information here. Runway 10, vertical guidance on the Pappies. They're very shallow at 2.3 degrees. Runway has an upslope. This will give you an illusion of being too high, especially as it's narrow, but that's good for performance. The runway is only used for arrivals. Takeoff is not authorised. Runway 28 is departure only. Look, runway 8 for departures. Landing is not authorised. So, localised weather phenomena and an overview as well. So look, that's what we're looking for. That's on the runway there. Yeah, it's tricky. Tricky. And I mean, an aeroplane which seriously lacks any decent climb performance. So, yep, fully briefed. Want to see the next fun thing, which we did briefly discuss prior to the start of the stream. Landing performance. Firstly, you get a warming. Arrival runway, maybe inadequate. Landing. Runway 10, 1400 meters, full flat, brake setting. What a brake open. No reverse credit, obviously. Wind, 7 knot tailwind, calculate. Factored landing distance 2,263 meters. I've only got 1,400. 863 meter past the end of the runway, apparently. Even factored, it's saying 1,800, which is 400 meters past the end of the runway.
I'll park up to now,
yeah.
Established on the VOR approach.
So don't land your Avro RJ here. My test sector, I went off the end of the runway at about 10 knots. But that was with no wind.
Wait, 10 clear to that, we'll park up to now,
yeah, anyway, look, we'll give it a shot. So yeah, look, if I was to be ultra realistic, I'd be saying, oh, sorry guys, can't land, we're diverted to Bogota, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, Bogota, how do you feel? In real life, we'd be going to Bogota, and I'd be talking to myself saying, why did I accept this flight? You'd never get airborne, you wouldn't get past any dispatch landing performance requirements. Anyway, look, we've covered everything. Top of descent is just under 80 miles away. What have I done? What have I done? Look at the beautiful scenery at least. Lovely. Light and gentle winds up here, 2 knots. Are you guys rocking the overlay anyway? Liking it? Hope so. As Speedbird 85 doing Brasilia to Orlando in the iFlight, long away in the 7.3. Yeah, that is a good trick. I know in the Airbus past about 4 hours, the flight deck footwell gets very chilly. Does the 7 have any of those sort of problems? No, not really. Never had to adjust it or change it. A swim and climb. Have you done a pre-flight before this live stream? Yes, my test sector went terribly. my landing and takeoff here, and I did no flight into Pasto. I thought I'd just wing that.
Alpaca to Nagartango, welcome to Manizales.
So our colleagues landed there.
Sorry, backtrack is a first discretion. Taxi to standard discretion, control at 173. Thank you for plan on bad call. Have a on the black.
That's a lovely message.
Backtrack to stand on discretion.
That was a business jet. What aircraft was it? I don't know if it was a model matching issue, but I did see the business jet leaving Santa Marta. Anyway, look, our descent will just simply, when we request descent, we shall just aim to be at 10,000 feet at Voulet on the star. There we are. I don't care about CDA's level segments here today. No way. It's a lovely tablet here, nice and simple. Select the approaches, and I can go to saved. Perfect. Yeah, this is a wild approach. 737 Invention, vintage sims, you can change the type of aircraft mid-flight. Oh yeah, I know. I remember that. 2004 and 2002. Ruben, what aircraft did you take, buddy? And how much runway did you have left? Good questions, good questions. Anyway, we've picked up the DME now. Turn up the brightness now. Our displays. radars not on, never mind. There we are, panel lightness. That's better. Oh, tell you what, I'm glad I'm in the Avro RJ though, not the 146 with my glass displays. Just opening the office window again, which is now, it's like a small furnace. Oh, local time. Yes, all times are in Zulu. All times are in Zulu, as it would be in aviation. So, yes, you have to work it out your local time, I'm afraid. Would you try an NG or max it? No, no way you get either in here. Not with the elevation. At sea level, the length is okay. You do it sort of shorter than Port. What is it in Santos Dumont, but not at 6,800 feet. Too high. You took the default C700 route and came in below reference speed to have a bit of a safety margin, stopped at about 75% of the LDA. Okay. Well, you'll be able to see the brakes after touchdown. Right now the brake temperature is pretty cool. By test sector they did hit 750. We have brake fans, we're all okay. Ruben, you had the GPWS going off like crazy. Yep, I can believe it. Cheers 737 Adventure, thank you very much for your support as a channel and joining us as a member. You get invited to our members only Discord. I hope you enjoy using the custom version chat. Members are so sorry about the group flight organisation. It is next Sunday and I will decide something to do this evening, or poll it at least. I've just been so busy with daughter's birthday, my birthday this week, so it's just been a little hectic outside of the channel. Superclub, did you stay up last Friday night to watch the moon landing till Splashdown? I did. I didn't watch all of it because I sort of half fell asleep, but I replayed it all the next day. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, I've said to the members, you know, I watched all the social media streams. The amount of people that think it's all doctored and faked, it's quite scary, really. It's quite scary. Ruben, take it out, Avro RJ, you'll be fine. Right, best do a quick fuel check here at Mike Romeo November. So, should have 3 tons on board, we have 3.2, so we've saved about 200 kilos, which is good. Just took standard block fuel. Just under 40 miles, my stock set up a little bit earlier. Cheers, Harry. Thank you very much. Yeah, Henry. Yeah, La Paz. Well, you wouldn't get this thing into La Paz. No way. At least this controller's giving us AC all the way down. Swimming climb ATR routinely flies here, scheduled flights.
To holding point runway 1 for right by a Bravo 6 Bravo Mike.
Sounds like he's controlling Bogota. Yeah, there's great destinations in Colombia. I don't do much streaming or flying in South America, but by far the most amount I've done is in Colombia. It's some great airports. Alright, 59 miles to run on the DME. Yeah, we've not done any streams into La Paz. I should look into that. Guys, I was going to do a stream into Malaga. I've got a line check next week into there, but I won't have time now, I'm afraid. Just wanted to get this sort of do this weekend. 20 miles till top of descent. What's the weather doing? Let's just get a little update. Okay, less of a tailwind now, 2905, 9,000 metres scattered 3,000. The minima for this approach, 7,000, correction, 7,000 metres and yet 1,100 feet above the ground here, so we're absolutely fine. We should be visual when we get to the missed approach point. So VS approach, we're going to use vertical speed. There's no sort of approach logic with this add-on or with the Avro RJ, so you can't really set the missed approach attitude until you've disconnected the autopilot and turned off the flight directors. So I'm going to have to do it raw data. Otherwise, when you set the missed approach attitude on the approach, it just levels off, goes out of choir. How the real Avro RJ or 146 worked in that regard, I'm not sure, but that's what I had to do on my test sector. Right, I'm going to request descent now. Just don't want to screw this up. Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, request descent.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, descent at 9,500 feet, QNH in Manizales is 1026.
So maintain 9,500 feet and just confirm the QNH please, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet.
Of course, the QNH 1026.
1026, thank you. Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. So 9,500 feet set, level change, going to idle. That's a bit aggressive pitch down. Yeah, you'd be floating. They need to sort of look at that. That was really aggressive. Right, QNH 1026, just make sure we're maintaining an indicated airspeed, 280. Yeah, very aggressive pitch down in level change. Right, passing 23,200 for 9,500 feet, so 26 cents. Alright, where's that? Us.
Recibe descenso Bravo para el sitio de tránsito y con H1011.
So he's cleared to 9,500. I am under radar control. I might just comply with the bullet restriction. I don't need this chunky air brake. Cabin altitude's decreasing, or cabin altitude's decreasing, and select altitude 2,000. Oh, it's meter. Oh, it's in meters. Okay. Pressurization's that's quite cool. It's a little meter altimeter, but yeah, cabin altitude and landing altitude are matched already, so the diff pressure is going to simply drop as we descend. Green light. Yes, welcome to the RJ. A plane without any performance at all. Yes. That's weird. That's the hold for the missed approach. Just want to double check that's not coded in. I mean, I might use Vorlock of the VOR anyway for this. But he's cleared to 9,500 feet. Thomas, is that the same MCP as the one found on the 737 Classic? Yes, it's the Honeywell MCP. Pretty much identical, I think. Some slight differences here. Nav 1, Nav 2. Ooh. That's, I guess, which autopilot want to be slave to the left VOR and vice versa. Get the elevation here is incredibly high, 6,800 feet, so 12,000 feet above the ground. I'm going to do the post-cruise checks now. Lights on. Angle of bank set, pressurization's all good. Belt speed on for the entire sector. No master cautions, checks complete. Green light, you saw this as stream recommendations. Don't often see the RJ being used. Oh yes, it's a channel favourite. Probably not after today's stream though. So look, we're going to fly the Star. We'll come into view there. I'll then do this steep left turn to here, and I'll probably fly in Vorlock. Although LNAV should be more accurate. It's only played in solid rocket boosters, the RJ, is it? Anyway, guys, you know how I never stream on my second channel now, about nearly a year since my last stream. I think with all the Artemis excitement, I might fire up Kerbal Space Program and just try to do a moon landing. I haven't done a moon landing in about 5-6 years, so it'll probably take me 4 hours. I used to be able to do it in 20 minutes, but might build something from scratch and we'll do a moon stream for fun. Again, I probably said that and I won't do anything now for months, but I've got to stand by this week, you never know. Alright, so we're only 8,000 feet above the ground now. I'm actually going to start reducing the speed. There's no max speeds on the star, but on the chart, we want to make sure the speed's right back to get speed. Which reminds me, I'm going to now select flap 33 here. So referencing that, and if I go to the init ref page, there's the approach reference page for all my speeds. So flap 33, 37.2 tons. The max landing weight is 40.1, so we're below max landing weight. Right, let's start to bring the speed back to at least, I think, 220 knots now. Hello, Joachim. Why do things a simple way when you can do it the Avro way? Oh dear, oh dear. What have I done? Terrible decision. Yeah, Ripple, second sector is going to be to Pasto. Information's in the video description below.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, clear for VR Yankee Runway 10, report established.
Cleared for VR Yankee Runway 10, Wilco Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Alright, so I'm actually going to set, I know he's cleared me to 9,500, but I'm going to set 10,000 just to comply with the restrictions at Vullet and 7 miles from Mike Zulu Lima. We've got the VOR alive and the DME distance here for backup. Reduce the scale on the ND here to increase my situation awareness. Very steep left turn after. And I want my ground speed information, so I'm going to select data until I have ground speed at 270 knots at the moment.
Runway 14 right, left, takeoff,
Oh, this is, yeah, there's not going to be any brakes left. I'm going to have to replace the brakes after this this sector. Those clouds sitting on the runway, they shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. I hope not. Runway's over there somewhere. It actually looks quite clear. And you can't actually really see the runway that easily. What's our... Guys, just remind me the speeds on the Avro RJ VER. Is that clean? Clean speed 187 knots? Looking here on the PFD, I think that's 17 at white bug speed. Just want to know what the clean speed is. Anyway, hold on. Max continuous thrust is the active climb mode. Yeah, it's going to be a nice firm landing. I might even dip to 4 reds. We'll see. Anyway, that top descent point looked quite nice. 10,000 feet. That bullet. I'm just going to go VS here. 1,000 feet per minute. Water throttle's obviously adding thrust to maintain speed. I'm going to bring the speed back to 200 knots.
Avianca 108 boat.
Avianca 107.
108, your current route is
Okay.
is crossing just straight to a mountain range,
so obviously
and I'm pretty sure that you will descend over that mountain range. So
I was talking about hitting a mountain. So we're going to level off at 10,000 feet, and we need to maintain that until 7 miles Mike Zulu Lima, and then we'll intercept the VOR. God, look at this scenic approach, beautiful. That's fantastic. They have no idea in the back. Oh, look at the approach here. Absolutely stunning. Oh my goodness me. I should do this at night time. There must probably restrictions at night. Okay, 10,000 feet. Okay, we need to maintain that. It's overshot slightly. And then we can step down to 9,500, but looks like it's coming back in laterally. I'm just going to set the heading to final approach track 126. Post cruise checks coming on now. light. Oh, I've already done how my lights on. Checks complete. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. This could be the first ever crash. Right, 1 mile to go. 9,500 feet set. VS. I'm just going to go 900 feet per minute. We're going to take a natural flops. 180 knots. Oh, the sat. Oh, it's so cool. So cool. Right, now I need to actually increase my descent slightly here. Come on, 1,200 feet. So let's go over to VOR Yankee now. So, oh, I want to be level really at this point. Land up at 5 miles. Keep descending, keep descending, keep descending. Drop the gear. Honestly, the workload's going to be high here. Match the speed. 5.5 miles, gosh. Keep extending the flaps. I want it to be fully configured here. Land up 5 miles, 5.1, start descending. So, oh, 7,900 feet. VS, 1,000 feet. Ah! Keep extending the flaps. Final approach speed. Flap 33 is going to be 119 plus 5, so 124 knots. Okay, ground speed, 164 knots, 160 will be stabilised, so 160 required to exit 849 feet per minute. 4 miles, 9182, passed it already. 3 miles, 8864. 3 miles, 8864. Yeah, keep 1,000 feet per minute then, we're a little bit high. Good, 2 miles, next height check, 8546. Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, establish VOR Yankee runway 10.
Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet, runway 10, tailwind 290 degrees, 05 knots, clear to land.
Runway 10, clear to land, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Alright, clear to land. 2 miles, height check, 8546. 2 miles, 100 feet high, so we'll start resetting the required rate of descent. Ground speed is 150 knots, 150, we require about 800 feet per minute, and I have 900, so let's just go 850. Next height check, 1 mile, 8228, and approaching the VR we need to be fully visual. Runways in sight. Right, here we go. Disconnecting, auto throttle. Disconnecting autopilot. Recycle flight directors. I'm just going to turn them off. Missed approach altitude 10,000 feet is set. And overhead the VOR, we want to be at 7,900 feet, which is the minimums.
1,000.
Checked.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing.
Yeah, we're going to get plenty of those today. And there we are. Minimum 7,900 feet exactly. Continue. I've got to zoom in a bit, guys. Can't really see the pappies.
Cabin is
2 reds, 2 whites, perfect. So just keep the runway in the same place in the windscreen. We're committed now. There's no going around off this. It's really hard to see the pappies. In real life, they'd be a little bit brighter, but I can see 3 reds now. Adjusting. Can't see my PFD. There we go. Two reds, 2 whites. Coming at 120. Okay, reset my viewpoint now. Okay, on speed, on glide. I've got a little tailwind here. We are dumping this on the numbers. If you might briefly see 3 reds, continue, but not the correct height for minimums. So that's a little bit too low.
Avianca 846, bienvenido a Pasto, radio posición, control terminal 1754, gracias por volar en Batcol, buenas noches.
100.
Air brakes out.
50, 30, 20, 10.
Ground guide.
We're down.
Brake pressure checked.
Braking. I'm braking. 100 knots. I'm braking. Max manual. 80 knots. Right, release the brakes a bit. 70, 60.
60 knots.
Oh, I've released the brakes a bit. 50 knots. I'm full brakes, 40 knots, full brakes, 30 knots. Oh.
Apaca 10 Romeo Juliet, welcome to Manizales. Taxi to the gate at discretion, control at 1754. Thank you for flying on bad call. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, backtrack onto apron, and we'll do the same to you, Alpaca 10 Romeo Juliet. Alright, welcome here to Manizales. Do you want to have a look at the brake temperatures? Actually, hold on, I need more space to turn around here. Let's have a little look at them. Yeah! Guys, the brakes are hot. The brakes are hot. Don't forget, we've got to take off from here as well. Alright, let's swing around. Oh, it's so narrow here as well. There we go. Easy! No problemo. That was quite a fair landing. I think it was 300 feet per minute. I dipped to four heads briefly, but yeah. Takeoff, guys. Next, look at this. You saw how difficult it was earlier. Right, brake fans definitely on. Oh dear. Let me just sort out the volumes of the sim. Alright, flaps up. We'll do another sector. Spoilers, how do I get those stowed?
1028 vía Tolín 5 Eco para 1720 está ya aquí 1 izquierda.
A brake with my already. Oh my gosh, I've lost so much braking power. Right, flaps coming up. I don't know how to stow my spoilers. It was hot butter. I'm going to take this really tiny exit here. Oh gosh, what's going on? Just Flight, what's going on? Turn off that music. I can't remember how to turn that off. That's really annoying. Well suited to the stream. Alright, oh, I might just. Oh gosh. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, how do I turn that off? It's gonna stop here. Shut up. There we go.
Welcome.
Alright, I've no clue where to park. What we got here? 5 suitable parking spaces. There's nothing on the chart. I'm just going in this way because obviously it's a little bit tight there. There's no information on parking. No, that's I'm gonna have to sort of guess. Right, really steep turn here. You wouldn't do this in a 7.3, that's for sure, but she's turning like on a dime. The RJ. Take this first left, whatever stand this is, stand 1. No. Avianca, we'll borrow your services. There we go. I've got 2 marshals. Gosh, what an airport. What an approach. Give it a try, guys. Check out Takeoff Series for this. It's spectacular. Oh god, I've not done anything. I'm not starting the APU or anything. Oh, let me just get parked and... whose guidance am I going off? I think the first marshal's... Yeah, I'll go off his. Yeah, that's fine. Right, parking brake set. Oh gosh, right. I'm nowhere near ready to shut the engines down. No, let's start the APU. Right, let me just do the cleanup here. So approach and landing complete. After landing, so all the throttles off, flaps are up, spoilers completely retracted. Landing lights and taxi light off. Oh my goodness me, I'm blinding everyone here. That should be off. Strobe should be off. Weather radar standby, ignition off. Parking brakes set. Hydraulic pumps can come off. So they are here. Generator 1 and 4 off. I just want to get it onto the APU bus first. APU power available. So APU should be on the bus by default. Yeah, so we can now disconnect the generators.
Golf ready for IFR to Miami.
There we are. Off, and we can shut the engines down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Manizales.
Cabin crew, doors to manual and cross-check.
Amazing, great little add-on.
4 Romeo, runway 14 right, squawk
Seatbelt signs off.
Negative.
Off.
205.
Make sure the engine is spooled down before taking the beacon off. Close the flight on New Sky. And start the disembarkation process.
Pike push.
How do I turn that on my TV?
Argentina 1363 con las buenas tardes, plan de vuelo enviado a Bogotá Aeropuerto.
Stop. Alright, I think we've done the full shutdown, or transit shutdown float. Oh no, hold on, fuel pumps one for the APU, and the heater's off. Alright, perfect. Beacons off, doors open. There we are. That's it. That's the transit shutdown checklist complete. My goodness me. Right, hopefully that marshaller will start putting his arms down soon, but we are disembarking the aircraft with Avianca acting as our disembarkation service. Doors are opening and we're ready to go. Start disembarking the aircraft. We're running on schedule, guys. 1800 Zulu on block time. Perfect. 1800 Zulu is what we have now. The off block time for sector number 2 is a little bit later, 1845, because I'm just going to get some dinner. No replays for that approach because it can mess up with the next approach there, but if someone would like to work out how to reset the FMC, that would be great, because we're going to need it for the second sector. I don't think I've ever done 2 sectors in the Avro RJ. But guys, thank you so much for strapping in for that first sector. That was very exciting. I'm going to take about a 20-minute break now, if you don't mind. I'll put you to the Be Right Back screen. It's a little bit longer than normal. Just got a couple of phone calls to make as well. But yeah, set your clocks for 20 past 7 UK time, or 1820 Zulu for the return sector. We're due off 1845 for the next one. How long should the brakes take to cool down? That's a great question. They are currently in excess of 750 degrees. Are they on fire? No, the fuse plugs would have probably melted, but look at this elevation here. That sort of braking force required, where it said it was insufficient runway length. Yeah, you would be struggling to dispatch quickly there, but hey-o, we'll have to do what we need to do. Guys, I'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. See you shortly. Thanks a lot for that intermission, guys. A little bit longer than it usually would take. It's just let me get some food, a couple of phone calls to make as well. But here we are in Manizales in one piece. The brakes have cooled down to around 1,000 degrees. About the same temperature as Artemis 2 was upon re-entry. Yeah, amazing. But now we've got to take off from here, which is going to be the next challenge. I've just realised my air brakes are open. I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, because I've depressurised the hydraulics, that's why. But yeah, let's get set up for our second flight to Pasto. A little bit quicker, 45 minutes, and another spectacular approach. I've just looked at the latest weather there. We've got a 25 knot crosswind, which is going to be absolutely wonderful flying at this aeroplane. But yeah, fantastic stream so far. Slush Puppies, thank you very much. 21 months. As a member, happy birthday, Cap. Awesome to see the RJ getting some love. Such a cool bird, in my opinion. Have a look into Chaseplane for nice camera presets and flight bys. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Chaseplane. I've heard a lot of compatibility issues with a lot of add-ons with Chaseplane as well. So, I don't know. I like my drone camera, my default one, but it would make for some nice cinematic views. I'll consider it. Thank you very much, Slush Puppies. I hope you're doing very well. Right then, so look, I've not done anything since I've had my break. I've still got this original route in here. I did try and update the POS init page, which I saw you got the information for, Steve. I might try something else first. So I've synced my new OFP, so I'm just going to press reload one more time. So there it is. We're due off at 1900 Zulu in about 40 minutes. Hopefully a little bit ahead of schedule. Oh, you know, one thing I didn't check was New Sky. No! Guys, bad news! 0.4. Ah, why was that? Distance from threshold is okay. Sentinel deviation. I guess it was my touchdown. I guess my touchdown was a little firm. God, look at all the terrain there. Bonkers. Okay, look, I haven't got a perfect 10, but we've made some money, which is the main thing here. Yeah, that's disappointing. Disappointing. Oh, I completely forgot to do it. Anyway, let's log another flight. Book flight. We're going to be Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet now. We're still on VATSIM. File the next flight plan. Sierra Kilo Mike Zulu, Sierra Kilo Papa Sierra, RJ100, 1835. We'll put it as 45. 1 hour 5 minute block time. Book flight, full load. That's fine. Damn it, not 9.6. Anyway, let's start the flight on New Sky. Perfect, that's done. Now I'll refire up GSX. Loading, please wait. There we are. So new Simbury flight plan request boarding. Has that worked? It hasn't, has it? Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Second time lucky. Let's go with click. How do I disable this default boarding music? Not a fan. Turn it off every time. So GSX is doing its thing. If I go to aircraft, yeah, so it's not recognised that I've uploaded a new Simbrief flight plan. So last time I did this, it came up with the saying Simbrief import. It's not done that now. I wonder if that's because it's the second sector. It doesn't recognise that you've reset the flight, even though I have synced up my new operational flight plan. So it's not a problem. Nice. Cheers, Neomeka. Is that the boarding music you're referring to? Cheers. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Let's now have a look at this here. So my airlines. Sorry, no. Oh, what am I doing? I need to get the operational flight plan up here. So what I'm going to do is sort of jink it slightly, just so it matches. Oh, look. Notice arrival runway. Oh no, hold on. I need to unload this. That's the import flight from Simbrief, latest one, 1845. So if I just match the figures here, that should be fine. So 5127, 2.6 tons aside. So I'll just do it manually. 2481, 2666. So 2666. 2666. Oops. 269. Okay, that's fine. 2694. And I just need to now sort of instant refueling. So right, refueling is done. I just need to get the zero fuel. Oh, I think it's reset zero fuel weight now. So now the passenger total will go up with the with the amount of fuel there. The thumbnail looks like an RJ100 crashing into another RJ100. Yes, I tried to get a picture of the aeroplane, but it did look like
50,
a little bit of a
40,
collision.
30,
Oh, Anthony!
20, 10.
Very generous of you. That's very generous to do that every year. Thanks, buddy.
Just checking in with my good friend Flight Deck 2 Simon to say happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed your day and got to spend some time with the family.
We did, Anthony. Thank you very much. Very early start this morning. Drove over to see my side of my family. Joe's side of the family was yesterday and earlier on in the week as part of our daughter's birthday, so it's been a very lovely week catching up with everyone, and hence why I had a bit of time this evening before I go back onto earlies next week to get a stream done. So thank you very much for your continued support as a member and moderator, and I hope you're doing very well. Enjoying your retirement as well, Anthony. Cheers, buddy. Very generous, you $50. Thank you. Right, anyway, where were we? Yeah, look, that's now increasing. So look, I've done GSX. I'll do a bit of a panel scan up here. So that's pretty much all configured and set. PTU I can have off. Fuel pumps, I'm going to put those back on. APU still running and on the APU generator. Icing is set, the lighting is all set. The elevation at our destination, we just need to double check it is. Just having a little look here. Oh yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what approach we're going to have to fly. Hopefully straight in. 6,000 feet now, so we'll update this to 6,000 feet. Land altitude. That's all configured and set. Seatbelt sign. But fueling's ongoing, but I'm just going to turn it on now, which is all the way down here. Alright, I think we're all configured and set. Engine air should be off at this stage as well, shouldn't it? Okay. APU air on and a pack 2, so we've got some nice cool conditioned air coming into the cabin. MCP then, so let's have a look at this SID. There's only one way in and one way out. We landed on runway 10 with a tailwind. We have to depart on runway 28. Which is good, we've got a headwind for departure. My test sector wasn't great. Let me just show you what we're going to have to do after boarding is complete. We're going to taxi out. It's runway 28 here, and it's downslope. And look, look at that departure end. It's off a cliff with terrain and a little narrow valley. So yeah, that's what I have to contend with after departure. It's going to be very interesting. Oh, I forgot to extend the stairs to magically levitating up. Alright, we'll just have to keep our imagination going. So yeah, let's just set up the MCP for departure. So it's runway 28, so let's just set the heading bug to 280. 280 set, course to 280. And I have to rotate this one manually, 280. And it's actually quite a straightforward SID. It's the only SID out of this airport. We're going to be flying the Piera 1 Bravo. There's actually another one that goes north to Isfahan. It's basically straight ahead, 3 DME off Mike Zulu Lima, which is here. We're already 3.9, so 0.9 miles after takeoff. Max 143 knots, at or above 7,200 feet. We're already at 6,800, so only 400 feet above the ground. A slight right turn, set the 122 radial inbound, and then 302, 301. So what I'm going to do is put 301 for the outbound on both sides. So we've got something set up. Great, and then after Matro left turn. So let's get the FMC loaded. So hopefully if I go here to init, just reload the
boarding is complete.
Simbury flight plan, it should be okay. So index,
Cabin crew,
load
arm
route,
doors and
request.
check.
Okay, I think it's accepted it. So, oh, hold on, now we've got to select the SID and departure. That's also departures, runway 28 has to be a Piera 1 Bravo, execute. I'm going to plan a straight in for now because the wind is sort of a very strong crosswind. It's sort of... Let's have a look here. Runway... Yeah, it's... No, it's not. It's died down now. So straight in runway 20 is a 2-knot tailwind. I think we'll put that in now for shortened approach. So let's go here. Departure arrivals. I don't think there's any stars here. There is a Patex 1 Alpha. Yeah, that's the one we need to fly on the flight plan, I think. Let me just put that as an overlay. Oh no, it's straight in, look, off Mer, so we're not flying any stars. Departure arrivals, just going to put straight in for runway 20. This is Loc 020 only? Yeah, alright then, we'll just have to go off that one and fly an ILS. So, 20 via the MER transition. Execute. Oh, actually, I probably didn't want to put the MER transition because that's going to stick a hold in, isn't it? Yeah, I think it has. Not a problem. I'm just going to go MER direct to center fix. Execute. Okay. And then init ref. Same zero fuel weight should be as before, 34.2, because we've got the same amount of passengers, 80. I've lowered that. Reserves are quite high though, 3 tons to again go into Bogota. That's inserted. Why has it put me at flight level 300 for the cruise? When it's such a short flight, I don't know. Let's try it. Flight level 300, execute. Clear the scratch pad. And the FMC is loaded. Let's now show you the next big issue. If I bring up SimBrief here, SimBrief OFP, this is the next issue, guys. Here's our takeoff performance data. Takeoff. Calculate. Maximum runway weight exceeded. Takeoff performance unavailable. Okay. Departure runway may be inadequate for takeoff. So this is what we're going to do. Full power, max toga, on the brakes with every inch of runway available. Now, flap-wise for takeoff, I've got to be very careful here. Too much flaps, too much drag. I think I'm going to compromise, because you can actually do a flap 33 takeoff in this aircraft. Because I've got a good headwind, I'm going to compromise and go flap 30. So I'm going to select flap 30. My V-speeds have updated. VR 113, 119 V2, which is bugged on the MCP as well, 119 knots. And we've got toga max. We're going full power on the brakes. Happy days. Alright. It's the only thing I could do. I could do nothing else. Nothing else at all. Alright. Flight directors are on for departure. We should be able to use LNAV after we've lined up. Let me just run through the checklist, make sure everything's okay. Tamanga cried so much today, my nose got inflamed. Oh, what's happened here? A dog to... Oh, I'm sorry to hear you lost your dog, buddy. Very, very sorry to hear that, buddy. Aaron, thank you very much for your kind words. Romulus said, unfortunately, rocket-assisted takeoff wasn't an option on the RJ. Unfortunately not. Winged Viking, hello, found that the SimBrief with some aircraft doesn't know how to calculate cruise altitude. For example, Seneca, it calculates 7,000 for me, no matter what the weight or winds. Yes, it does that with a lot of GA aircraft. I think we're going to struggle on this sector to get to 30,000 feet. I mean, I'll try. But it's a 45-minute flight, and it took us 20 minutes to get to 24,000 feet on the last sector. I mean, we're a bit higher, which is a bonus, but look, let's see how we get on. Right, just going to quickly rattle through the checklist here. I think we've pretty much all configured. It's a transit setup. On the overhead panel, we've done everything we need to. Prior to engine start, we just need to make sure the APU air is off. The packs are off. Start power is in the normal position. And then we'll put the start master switch to on engine 4. We'll get our clearance now, and then we'll request engine start. This is going to be a very short pushback, or is this a self-position? I think we can self-position off the stand, but they can only accept ATRs here. Anyway, let's grab the clearance, and we'll go from there. So let me just make sure V-pilot's turned up. Just reset the squawk, because I think I've still got 2,000 from the previous sector.
That's right.
My brakes, look, guys, my brakes are still 750 degrees. I'd love to know what the actual temperature is right now. I'm testing it just to make sure the gauge isn't broken. But I think the brake... Oh no, look, they've cooled down to 550 degrees now. It's all okay. Right, I'm just going to shut the door if I can. Where's the click spot for the door being closed? I don't think I can. Right. Let's get the clearance. Who am I talking to? Bogota controllers. It is Bogota control. Start rolling with flaps up and extend during takeoff roll. That's actually quite a good way of dealing with it. Less drag. Set to hinge closes the door. Roger. Clunk. There we are. This actually makes it a bit quieter.
Sky West 586 heavy, runway 14 right. The wind is 150 degrees, 09 knots, clear for takeoff.
I'll tell
Clear for
GSX
takeoff, runway 14 right, skyway.
I'd love it if they had an option on GSX to, instead of prepare for pushback and departure, the option prepare for engine start on stand. So it gets rid of the tug, still does the engine start procedures. APU should be on the bus already, because I never use the GPU. Perfect. Bogota, control muy buenas. It's Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet in Manizales on the apron. Requesting departure clearance to Antonio Narino.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, due to a letter of agreement, you should fly and you should proceed with an odd flight level 29RC. That's okay for you?
Actually, I think it's a bit ambitious with the cruise, so if we can request flight level 230, please.
If it's if you are flying below 240, that could be an even flight level. So 240 is okay?
Flight level 240 we could take Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, thank you.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, you are clear to pass via Papa Echo India 1 Bravo departure, runway 28, flight level 240, squawk 1201.
Cleared to Pasto on the Papa Echo India 1 Bravo departure for runway 28, squawk 1201, Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet.
That is correct. Push and start is approved at discretion. Discussion with the aircraft in the apron. Report ready to taxi.
Push and start approved on discretion. And we'll call you ready for taxi. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. I'm such a child. Oh, come on, Sam. I'm halfway to 40. And this
Aircraft calling to Bogota. Check your microphone. I didn't read you.
Sorry. Alpaca 20 Romeo Jet, start approved. We'll call you ready for taxi. I think that was for me.
No, you don't. There's an aircraft from Bogota calling that is, I can read him.
He's calling my brakes. He's calling my brakes. Oh, I can't see. I can't see from my eyes. I've got too much water coming out. That is just the funniest thing.
Sorry about that. Bogota Center Pacific 7260 heavy information. Hotel,
gosh.
looking for IFR collisions to Tobago
Right,
Island.
I've been cleared to start engines. Beacon on. I've done the rest of the checks, haven't I?
Papa Alpha Yankee 7260, say your question again, sir?
I can't. I think, can I do a little pushback off it? Yeah, I'm going to do a mini pushback. Let me just, because I think GSX is going to not be working here. Continue pushback. Quick edit on map. So I'm just going to do a real tight pushback. There we are. Oh gosh, hold on, it's not happy here. I'm just designing my pushback here in the background. Oh, hold on, it's not working very well.
Clear to Tobago
That'll
Island.
do.
Goodbye, hotel departure.
I think that's a good idea.
Runway 14
See what happens now.
2205.
No, it's still flapping. It's trying to fly away. Right, I've released the parking brakes, but pushback's not ongoing. Oh, I'm just gonna start the engines. I've broken it. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm not watching my engines. N2, oil pressure, M1, 10%. I've broken GSX. It's not pushing back. Intro pushback, change direction. I'm just. Okay. Release. I don't know. I've broken it. Chocks. Chocks are off. Oh, they're not removed there though. That's strange. Ah, it's glitched. Alright, there we go. Yay! Thank you. Good start 4, starting 3. There we are.
Alpaca 20 Tango, we're ready for taxi.
Gosh, this is lost my left wing tip, but it's okay. I think. Oh my gosh, what's going on? I'm not. Oh, these engines, I only need 10% N2. Just set my trim. Oh gosh, where am I going? That. Okay, I think that was the final position. Okay. Parking brake released.
Discretion and report ready.
Alright, nearly a good start on 3, starting 2.
Sky.
Less wing, less takeoff mass. Oh! I made me jump. Hilarious. Alright. Gosh, the engine spool up time is great. God, EGT really spikes up quickly. God, they're so quiet, these engines. So remember, it's going to be a flap 30 takeoff. Oh, I love how she just sits on these stairs. That's really cool. Can't even hear these engines. Alright. Good start on 2, starting engine 1. Okay, other aircraft taxiing away. Awesome. Alright, I'll try and get it at 10% N2. Look, boom, fuel on. Oh no, I've just... Oh gosh, I've changed the rudder trim. There we are. I've just realised on my overlay, it's slightly... The destination's slightly overridden. I'll have a look at that and try and fix it. Oh, the calm before the storm, isn't it? Let's try and start at 6,800 feet, that's for sure. So full power, 95.7% M1 at this altitude, apparently. Is that an actually RJ? No, it's a business jet, I believe. Right, 4 good starts, guys. Let's do the before taxi flow. So, engine start complete. Start selector switch to off. And the start master switch to off. We're going to leave the APU running. Engine anti-ice isn't required. Generator 1 and 4 on. APU air on. APU on. We definitely need every bit of thrust from the engines. The APU's on the packs. Brake fans in auto, which they still actually know they're on, but I think I'll leave them on. What's the brake temperature now? Still 550 degrees. We'll leave them on. That's set. Engine 2 and 3 driven pumps on for hydraulics. That should stow my air brakes. AC pump in auto. PTU on. Heaters all on. Flaps to 30. Flap 30 takeoff, bonkers. Heaters on. Flaps set, and we're ready for takeoff. I'm just gonna ready for taxi. Just gonna release the parking brake temporarily. Do a config check. Not happy about... flaps. Flaps not in the correct position. Well, that's fine. Oh, I'm rolling forward. Just hold the brakes. Ruben, wish you luck. Yeah, we'll try and watch your takeoff. We'll listen out for your takeoff clearance. Oh, look at these flaps. No leading edge devices on the Avro, is there? Right, I'll just try that takeoff check, config check one more time. That's better, because the flaps are extending. Parking brake set. Okay, ready for taxi. No, rejected takeoff. V1 will be like 60 knots or something. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, request taxi.
Bogota Control, Pacific 7260 ready to push. 20 Romeo Juliet is hold position after the departing aircraft, line up and wait.
What's V1 and VR? Well, the V1 won't be accurate because it doesn't know the length of the runway. But we've got a VR of 113.
20 Romeo Juliet after the departing aircraft, after the departing company aircraft, line up and wait at station after.
After the departing traffic, we are cleared to line up and wait. Backtrack runway 28. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. So I'm going to start taxiing.
Alpaca 29 Tango runway 28.
Now, just release the brakes.
Runway 28 clear to take off. Alpaca 29.
Let's watch Ruben's takeoff because I think it's going to be quite difficult for him.
7260 ready to push.
Let's get onto this narrow taxiway. Ruben, no pressure. You've got how many people watching? Nearly 200? P1 is the stand.
Sky West 5, 7, proceed direct. Podcast, India Kilo Alpha Sierra 9.
I hit the trees on my test sector, and so I've taken 40 passengers off.
Direct.
Here he goes.
No, it's not.
Oh, I can hear the thrust on his engines.
Heavy radar contact passing for 1,000.
That's so cool.
Camera restricted by level 4.
No pressure, Ruben.
Avianca 0, Avianca 0.
I think we'll just stop to watch this.
Oceanic 030 alcanzando pista 01, el viento,
Oh!
viento variable 62 autorizado.
That was tight for him. Oh my goodness. Right, we've been cleared to enter the back track. Good job, Ruben. Alright, lights on. LNAV and auto throttle is on. And strobe's on as well. Ah! Oh yes, this is the only way to enter the runway. It's this tiny little taxiway.
Hotel Kilo 4649 Gol, buena tarde,
Gosh, struggling to
Hotel
move
Kilo
here.
4649 Gol. Plataforma
There he is, give him a show. Yeah, I'm going to use every inch of runway here. Oh gosh, I'm so fresh limited. I've got 47% of not moving. Come on.
Hotel Kilo 4649 Golf, autorizado en el panel de avión Guayabal, pista 01, sube mantiene 10500, pies transporte 20016.
Alright.
Estamos autorizados a
Transfer
Ney,
to TAR,
Guayabal, pista 01, asiento para 1.500, y código
got some movement there.
16, Hotel Kilo 4649 Golf.
Cabin crew, please take your
Hotel
seats for
Kilo
takeoff.
4649 Golf, colación correcta, Mariquita.
So cabin called, landing lights on, strobes on, transponder TARA, flight controls. I can see the spoiler mix moving. Great. Rudders right and left.
4010, puesta en marcha, aprobado, notifica listo a rodar.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Correct.
So 50%, and we're just about crawling up. So V1 is about 113 knots, VR 119 with flap 30. The V1 speed is in it. There's my skid marks from the last landing when I locked the brakes up, max manual.
Continue climb on restricted flight level 270, Packet 29, tango.
It's uphill here, which is good. We need this on the way back. Oh yeah, we need that marshaller with the flapping wings back.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, report position ready for departure.
Wilco Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Do you want to call the fire?
Avianca 220
Fire controls. Fire brigade on standby. Yeah, 50%, and it is a bit uphill here. In fact, I don't know if you can see my altimeter. Is my altitude increasing? Look, 6871, 6873. You can see my altitude going up. You took flap 24, Ruben. Ugh. Oh, Squawk 1201. Well spotted. Oh my god. 60%. I mean, my fuel flow, I'm burning. It says 4 tons an hour per engine. I'm gonna have no fuel left.
Bogota control.
Oh, 400. 4 tons. 400. Oh, come on. 63%. Oh, I think I'm actually accelerating now. Ground speed's 9 knots, guys. Holding.
Holding 414 left, Echo November Alpha.
I think we're in a little bit of trouble here. 10 knots, guys. The brakes are cooked on. Oh no, they're a refreshing 550 degrees. Now, if we had to stop, we'd be in trouble. Serious trouble. But we're not stopping on this takeoff. 64%. Place your bets, guys. Am I going to survive? Yes, no in chat. Simple answer. I told you, I've done one takeoff and I crashed into the trees, and the only thing I've done is reduce the takeoff weight by 3 tons. But what I didn't do is actually use the display threshold. I actually started to take off from the threshold, so I didn't use any of the oh, God, what it's called. Extended runway. 50-50. Right, but yeah, here we are, guys. We're going to use every inch.
Cali, pista 02, corrección, Cali con información, Julia, ahora tú notifica el instalación.
Right.
Tenemos listos al patrocinar esta marcha, vayan con la buena ayuda.
Alpaca 20 Roman Julius, runway 28 Manizales, the wind is 280 degrees 04 knots, clear for takeoff.
Right, 28, cleared takeoff, Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Alright. Oh, I do not want to use any more runway.
Hotel Kilo 4
Oh, look, I had another 10 meters. Right. Tokes in chat, airborne time 1849, well, takeoff time 1849 Zulu. Here we are. I am holding on the brakes. Let's turn the sim up here slightly as well. Right. Things I do on this channel.
United 942 heavy, hello, radar contact level 3900.
Okay, looks all stabilised. Toga. Set thrust.
Check
Full
thrust.
Full thrust, 95.7.
Set.
Go. More acceleration, please.
Airspeed alive.
Great. Come on, downhill. Oh, come on. 113 knots needed.
80 knots.
Checked. Releasing forward pressure.
Go.
Okay.
Rotate.
113 knots. No problemo.
Positive climb.
Gear up.
Select.
That's definitely got up. Yeah. Oh, gosh. In LNAV, right turn at 3
turn.
miles. Turning a bit early. Oh. Max power, no problem. That's all I can climb at though, guys. Do I dare bug up?
Speed checked. Flaps 24.
I'm gonna try it and we'll change. I need to get rid of this drag flap. I'm pitching a little bit below the flight director here.
Speed checked. Flaps 80.
Bit of IMC. Flipping heck. That was lovely. That went a lot better than my test sector. Look at the climb performance though, it's terrible. I'm doing 1,000 feet per minute, barely accelerating with these flaps. Come on, just lower that nose slightly. Radio altimeter's just come alive.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
I don't want to hit a mountain. I'll stay accurately on this SID, I think. Oh my gosh. I can't, this is more power, this is full power. I'm not going to climb thrust.
Speed checked. Flaps 0.
Flaps up. This is beyond MSA is like 11,000 feet. Okay, 210 knots starting to pitch up. Commands. What's that for? 10. No, he's clipping right up to my cruise, isn't he? 240. There we are. Climb thrust. Big reduction. Whew. After takeoff checklist. I think we're alright. Right, I've currently got the APU providing all my pressurization. Let's fix this here. So, climb thrust selected, engine air on, APU air off, APU off, PTU can come off, cabin cool. I'm passing 10,000 feet, lights off. Seatbelt signs off. Check's complete. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Fuel, ice probe, air conditioning. Hey, what's going on here? I've got loads of master cautions. Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? I've got 2 generators offline.
Holding short, 1 left, ready to go.
Hold on. Autopilot engage. Something's going on here. I've got some electrical issues. Right.
Copy, takeoff clearance.
Oh,
Do you have any
gosh.
altitude restriction for us?
What's going on here?
Negative. 14 left, clear for takeoff.
I've got electrical issues.
Back at Romeo Juliet, radar contact by
Climb unrestricted flight level 240. Back at 20 Romeo Juliet. You turned on engine master instead of APU. You're joking. You prat. What a prat I am. Michael, John, thank you so much. I was testing everyone and I moved the wrong switch. There we are. Right, we'll get around the corner, then we'll bug up. 250 knots. Allow no for future, to be careful. Right, accelerate to 250. Oh my goodness me. That was epic. Yeah, it's brief. You said I couldn't do it. You said it could not be done. You said it could not be done. Excuse me. Departure. There we are.
The approach.
So it's different. You can't really see the. That's a start. That's right. There we are. Pierre 1 Bravo. Inbound now 16-0. Back it up. Perfect. 18 miles to run, and then we're going to be en route. Ah, could not be done legally. Yeah, true, but it could be done physically. Yeah, no way you'd get out of there. V1 would be something like 50, 60 knots. That's what I needed to do. Just offload 40 passengers. It was fine. There we are, so we've got a new cruise level as well, flight level 240, which is much better for this sector. I'm just going to update that here. Execute. There we are, new top of climb, top of descent. Cool! Did your flight safety officer call already? No, it's all fine. Take an APU generator off, thank you. Gosh, you are tough crowd. I'll put it off. There we are. I thought you could leave it running though. I love how you've been a pilot for years and now you've learned in the future to be careful. Yes. Wrong switch. Unfamiliar. There we are. I had a turning on the starter system. Definitely disables half the electrical system. That's for sure. This tough crowd does keep you alive. The ice detector looked off as well. Yes, I think I lost pitot heat too. It wasn't ideal. Oh my goodness me. Oh yes, I've got my OCD a little triggered because I've just noticed on my overlay up here, look, the word is a little higher, so it's going to look a bit boring. Yeah, I might be able to fix it quickly. Let me just have a look here. Arrival city. That's triggering me slightly. Just increase the height slightly. Ah, yeah, there we go. I just need to move it up. Ah, that's better. Okay, I'm happy now. Oh no, it's still not good. I've made it worse. I'll have a fix of it. This is the pro stream stuff you guys, don't get to see in the background. Oh yes. Oh, I know why I've broken it. Changed the wrong one.
Continue climbing unrestricted left, flight level 390, 7260.
I've done a thing. There we are. Lock. Perfect. That's better.
Requesting
final level. You've got the blindfold I did. Sorry about that, guys. But it's just, I'm a lot happier now. It's on the line and correct. Right, set standards.
Level 240, pocket 29, thank you.
Great. Yeah, what does Checker Guys post to me? I don't know. I don't know what this is in reference to. Sierra Kilo Papa Sierra is definitely the correct airport. No idea what it means there. Romulus, the EGWS alarm in IMC was definitely the scary moment of the stream so far. Yeah, I mean, the SID sort of showed you, look, if we were on that radial the whole time, naturally. We definitely made 8,800 feet or above by Manizales. Did we? Did we? I think so. But it's 10,000 feet in this sector. I mean, I just stick to the radial, keep climbing with full power. Yeah, I don't think we've had many of those. Anyway, now inbound to Pasto, Antonio Narino. This is another epic approach. Very short flight, 45 minutes. Estimated time on route you can see is 38 minutes. Cruising at 240 now. Oh, it's the town the airport's in. Got you. Ruben, you didn't get any such warning. You probably had a slightly better rate of climb than us, though. Ravy BUK, would you fly this in real life? Not in this aircraft. But I'd probably do the next one. You know, the Airbus A320 operates into Pasto. It's another spectacular approach. There we are. Well, I've only tried to kill us about, what, 5-6 times today? Which is pretty good going. Anyway, I'll see if there's any ATIS available for our arrival. Sierra Kilo Papa Sierra. There isn't. I don't know if this controller is controlling this area. I've had ATC for the entire sector today. He is, and we do have approach online. So runway 02. So yeah, we're going to request. I can't believe it. A circle to land. It's the only way I could do it because I cannot fly any other approach. So I'm going to do a localizer only approach down to the circling minima. 7,610 feet. Oh gosh, I better start getting this set up because I can't fly the RMP approach. We'll do a circle to land, guys. How can we do it? Oh, Gadget FP, yes, we had a quick fix. Changed it on the stream. The ATIS is not approach, by the way. Oh, really? Yes, I know A is for approach, but I think if you highlight it, it gives you the ATIS. That's what I read there. All arriving aircraft. Okay, expect runway 02. So we're going to request a circle to land. I've not practiced that. I'm going to work out my tracks and timings as soon as possible. Oh, gosh, why am I having to do a circle to land? And so I can't circle. I can't circle to the. Oh, I accidentally pressed pause with my stomach. I can't circle to the east. Circling not authorized to east, which is good because I want to be visual of the runway when we break left. Alright, I'm going to start writing some stuff down. I'll show you what I'm doing on your cam in a second. Alright. So it's a short sector. We're going to do a circle to land. I'm going to follow my operator's SOPs. We need to work out our tracks and timings. Because we can't, there's one instrument approach onto 02, but we can't do it because we don't have authorization required. So when you work out a circle to land, firstly look at your circling minima. We're category B aircraft, so 1652. We're going to level off at 7,700 feet, so that's the circling minima. 7,700. 7,700 above the ground is going to be 1652 plus 90. So going to be 1,742 feet above the ground, times up by 3. 52 seconds. I might take the. No, I can't go 100 knots. 52 seconds. I've got no choice to go down. That's going to put me so close to the train.
3,000 feet by a near station on the arrival.
Alright. Right, circuit minute. So my timing downwards is going to be 52 seconds. Okay. Break off initial track. 201 plus 45, so 246 is the track. And the final approach track for runway landing on is going to be 021. Alright. So how have I worked out how to do a circle land? I've worked out my tracks and timings to fly. We're going to basically descend using vertical speed on the localizer until we get to the circling minima. Circling minima 7,610 feet. Will be fully configured gear down. What is it? Gear down flap 28 with this aircraft? I'll have to double check. Some configuration here. Approach. So flap 18. Final approach gear down. Flap set as required. It says. Right. We'll just get fully configured. So what you do for your timings, work out your track. So 45 degrees break off, so 201 plus 45 degrees is 246. Aren't you supposed to subtract the elevation from the circling minima? No, because we're flying higher, so we can't fly 7,600 because that's below the circling minima by 10 feet. So we always round it up to the nearest 100, so I have to fly at 7,700. That's the only altitude the autopilot can maintain. So by adding 7,700 as the altitude, we've added 90 feet to the MDA, so I have to add 90 feet to the elevation. So that's going to be 1742. 1742 is what you multiply by 3, and that's 52.3 seconds. We call it 52 seconds for cash. Now that's going to put me very close to the circling minima sort of protection area, so you can't go outside of 4.2 miles from the landing runway. So I need to be really careful here, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. I don't know what the terrain is there. It looks high, but yeah, we'll do that, and we start the timing when we're abeam the landing runway. So we'll break 246, 20 seconds wings level, final, downwind, sorry, 52 seconds abeam the landing runway, turn final, and we'll start descending as soon as we see the pappies. So yeah, and land on runway 02. That's the plan. Now we're going to have quite a strong crosswind, I think. Let's accelerate now to Mach 0.68. Yeah, wind variable 3 gusting 20. Thank you so much. 27 degrees 1017. So yeah, that's the plan. Star, none. We're just going to be requesting to be at flight level 120 by Mercedes. So I'm just going to go here to legs. 12,000 feet or above, fine. I'm just going to change that to 12,000 feet hard. Max speed 190 apparently. Okay, execute. So now the top of descent point is going to be based off that. Okay. What else can I tune now? So the ILS frequency 1107. Hopefully I'll just switch it to this at the landing runway. Course 201. Didn't think I'd be doing a circle to land, which I've never practiced in this aircraft. Course 201. We're not going to arm approach, because once you've armed approach it's very difficult to get off the glide slope. 9,000 metres the platform altitude and the final approach point, and the minimums, so that, yeah, I mean I can't really set them, but it will be 7,700 feet. So I'm going to set 700 feet as a little reference here on the bug. Perfect. We need 6,000 metres visibility, we've got over 10,000 metres. Okay, we've covered everything. Landing performance then, we should have sufficient landing performance available. Have you tried landing these at City? I have Ravy BUK, so if you head over to my YouTube homepage, playlists, and select my Avro RJ146 checklist, I think we've flown both the 146 and the Avro RJ into City, so I've done a number of streams there. Oh yes, list of it, that's the magic number, multiply by 3. Let's have a look at the landing performance. Guys, busy stream, this is landing then. So runway 02 now, flat 33, I want to go as slow as possible and populate where they calculate. There we are. Factored landing distance 2,077 metres, landing distance available is 2,175, so that's it. Cool. 7 times 3, 21 I reckon, 6, 7. 7,700 is a wild minimum, it is, but you know, when you compare about the elevation, we're only going to be,
go ahead for carry
what is it, 1,600 feet above the ground, so.
Skyway 586 heavy contact, and Mike Air control 1 to 8.5.
Yeah, it's high minimum.
Mike Air control 1 to 8.5.
52 seconds, a long time downwind. But there we are, performance is done. I'll select the VREF, flat 33, full landing flap, happy days. I can relax a bit. There we are. Awesome. Well, if you guys like the Avro RJ, be sure to check it out. You can buy it directly from Just Flight. You can also get 10% off via the pinned comments because this aircraft is available in Contrail. So if you do love the Avro RJ,
Alpha
go check it
29 Tango, I
out. Get
didn't told you.
10% off through the affiliated link.
Don't worry, back at 29 Tango, expect RMP approach runway 02 Pasto.
Expecting RLS runway
So he's
20,
told him we can
Alpha
expect the
29.
RMP02. So there is a published approach here. Okay.
Sorry, did you request ILS runway 20?
But we can't fly this approach because we don't have the authorization required.
No, well, negative. Actually, we're requesting a circle to land to runway 02 Alpha 29 Tango.
Doing the same.
A circle to land doing the ILS, is that correct?
Correct, Alpha 29 Tango.
Roger, Pasto is reporting wind 090 degrees, 08 knots, gusting 32 knots, GNH 1019 and temperature 26 degrees. You can expect your course to land to runway 02
We'll advise him
via
the
the
same.
ILS runway 20.
Expecting the circle to land ILS 20 Alpha 29 Tango. And could you confirm the QNH again, please?
The QNH Pasto is
To Maggie, if you love underpowered four-engine planes, don't forget the A340-300. Yeah, any bells, mate,
1019 and decision altitude 1,100 feet, Alpha 29 Tango. Sorry, 9,000. There you go.
1,000 is the precision altitude.
1,000.
We've all been there.
Alpha
We've all
29
been
Tango.
there.
Sorry.
When he gets a break, I'll advise him. You know, for your planning, we'd like to also request the ILS 20 circled land 02. So when you do a circled land, it actually doesn't really matter which approach you fly in. You know, ILS. The problem with the 737 and like the Avro RJ, if you arm approach and you get glide slope captured, the aircraft won't level off at the circling minima, which you want it to do. It'll go through any selected MCP altitude, so that's the disadvantage of arming approach. So whenever we do a circled land, which is incredibly rare now, we'd fly off a localizer only, or a VOR or an RMP or whatever. Level off, and a circling manoeuvre is basically, it's typically to the reciprocal runway, but it can actually be to any other runway on the airfield. So you just have to manoeuvre within the well, I don't know what it would be in South America, but using PANSOP circling minima for this category aircraft. Category B actually probably has a lesser requirement distance-wise. For example, the 737, we have to make sure we manoeuvre within 4.2 miles of the landing runway. 4.2 miles of the landing runway, so long as you maintain your circling minima, keeps you clear of all obstacles and terrain. So for a Cat B, I actually don't know what the distance is.
605, contact Mike.
Can you put fixed rings? I think you can put fixed rings in here, can't you? So, you know what, I'll try. Is it fixed? Yeah. Runway 02. Okay. Slash 4.2. Interesting. Oh, I didn't do this on my first approach. I wonder if it's actually worked. I love this FMS. It's very similar to the 731. Legs, step. No, I don't think it's worked, has it? Nope. Not a problem.
Eagle 5502, heavy clear for ILS junction, runway 01 for localizer.
Not a problem. As long as I've got my top of descent button, that's all I need. And our top of descent is about 80 miles away. .6. That's not so much room for manoeuvre, is it? Type the ICAO airport instead of the runway. You could, Henry. I mean, technically, it's not from the runway. Then it should be from the runway threshold for the landing runway. If you do the runway, it'll be centered on the airport. I mean, it'll be close enough, but you know what? I'll just clear it or delete it. I don't know if you can. There we go. Cool. Fuel's looking okay. We've got 4 tons aboard. Alternate Bogota 3. I'll just tell the controller our intentions to request the circle to land. Bogota control from Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Just for your planning purposes, the same as your colleague, were unable to fly the RMP approach, and we'd like to request ILS runway 20 followed by circle to land runway 02.
I also request the circle to land runway 02 via ILS runway 20, is that correct?
That's great. We'll circle to land 20-02, please.
You can expect that. Pasto is reporting wind 090 degrees, 08 knots, gusting 32 knots, Kenneth 1019, and the temperature 26 degrees. I expect circle to land runway 02 by ILS runway 20 and report ready for transition level 120, transition altitude 1000.
Thanks for all the information. This copied. We'll call ready for descent. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet.
Good.
Perfect. Raven UK lights and seatbelts when? So lights come off 10,000 feet above the ground, and the belts typically at the same point there as well. I should let the guys go out to use the toilet briefly. Oh, it's already off. I remember to do it. It's all good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign. You're free to move out the cabin.
Bit echoey, isn't it? There we are. Nice little cabin from Just Flight here. I think it's very well modelled. Love they've really thought about the sound as well as you move around the aeroplane. Get a deep rumble. Increase of the cabin airflow as well. No modern toilet at the rear though, disappointing. No cabin windows either. Lovely little cabin here. Halfway through the sector, guys. Great lad on this. And there's our little engines. Let's have a little look outside. Beautiful. Colombia is a beautiful country. There's flat terrain here in the middle and all the mountains off the left and right. Fantastic. Yeah, just like Fokker. That's hopefully out this year.
You are on radar contact. Expect RMP approach, runway 01 in Cartagena, report ready for this.
Beautiful. Hello Domino, thanks for popping in buddy. No problem at all. Say goodbye to a Funfair that's finishing touring poem. Very cool.
That is correct.
Yeah, this is where it'll be quite cool to have chase plane.
United 904.
And an aeroplane really confined to the history books. But you can still fly forever. The desktop simulated. Add-on function. Very nice. Marcus, I don't know why I don't have chase plane. A lot of people said they don't have any issues, but I think I've had reports that some add-ons, there's compatibility issues with other add-ons, but I don't know. Guys that have chase plane in chat, have you had issues with chase plane?
You too have a wonderful flight.
I'm a big fan of minimising
Alpaca
plugins.
29, Tango requesting descent.
Alpaca 29 Tango, is going to maintain flight level 120, QNH 1019.
Descend and maintain flight level 120,
no issues, you do a lot of
QNH
aircraft,
1019,
okay, cool.
Alpaca 29 Tango.
Yeah, no issues, you guys. Okay, I'll look into it. Is it a lot of setting up required, or are there sort of profiles available when you have an add-on? Been a headache for you. Okay.
Eagle 5502, runway 01, wind variable 5 knots.
Thanks for the feedback. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I don't do many external views though during streams. I just spend a lot of time in the cockpit. But sometimes you guys like to see the aircraft externally, which I do too. It's cool. Now that's quite cool. Chase plane will be useful if you want to take a break, leave it on in cinema mode, so it automatically pans around. That's cool. Something good. I wish I could control the volume from the sim. I have to control it via the volume mixer in Windows. Obviously the external volume is incredibly loud on every add-on. Oh, the INI TriStar had a chase plane profile immediately launched. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad to see that they've made some fixes on that. So we've done a couple of streams on the aircraft and we've had so many issues with the autopilot and the ILS. Last flight was actually into Colombia, went to Cali. So yeah, when V1.02 comes out on my next days off, we'll have a look.
Prosiga.
Okay, thanks for the feedback, guys.
Saldana,
Look into it.
el QNH 1010.
Cruzando Saldañas con H1010.
Oh, really, Steve? Yeah. So I've got so attuned to the way I set up views in this.
Bogotá, buenas tardes, Copa 247.
I've just realised the profile I have is in climb because it fixed my cruise level to level 300 from the flight plan, so I'm just going to update that.
Copa 247 autorizado Panamá, 51 Delta la salida, pista 02, nivel 360.
I've got to cruise now. Yeah, in the cruise now.
Panamá, vía Antico 1 Delta 02, 360 final,
Awesome.
2440 respondedor, Copa 247.
Copa 247, colación correcta, notifique lista retroceso.
Circle to land. What on earth am I thinking of doing here?
Copa
Untested. What's the worst that could go wrong? I've done some really... Oh look, my brakes have cooled down to... Try to Mike Echo Romeo, Wilco Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Awesome, top descent's coming up. Inbound to the VOR. Can't remember what I was going to say now. Yeah, circle land on a not practiced. It'll be interesting. Henry, hoping the Just Flight A300 will be a bit more refined with the analog airliner it released than the TriStar was. Yeah, so Just Flight are making the OG A300, aren't they? Whereas Anybuilds have the sort of
8,000 feet.
slightly more modern version, I believe.
Yeah,
I was looking. That was it. Brake temperature. Yeah, brakes have cooled down to 250 degrees. I'm nearly out of the amber range, guys. Oh yeah, best lock the flight deck door. Look. There we go. Chris says thoughts on the Rhodium code A350. I did catch that on some flight sim news outlet, but I don't know anything about it. They've come from nowhere, this dev, haven't they? So I can't tell you. Yeah, McBoyd, yeah, I'm not sure how X-Plane would read variable gusting 20. I don't think it would translate that very well.
Eagle 5502, welcome
yeah, flight
to
engineering
Rio
panel as
Negro.
well.
Can you please confirm cargo airplane or passenger?
So we obviously check the landing forms. We can't land here. Another high altitude airport, so got to be a little careful with the brakes. Not the longest runway. So I don't think we're going to be ambitious and try and vacate straight to the apron. We'll use the full length and backtrack. Obviously landing on runway 02.
Papaga 29 Tango, clear for zero clean runway. Clear for ILS, runway 0.
This is the only way we can get onto 02 off an initial approach.
01 minor.
Clear for other 30 to circle and report established ILS Pakistan Tango QNH 101.
Hard to control the volume.
Papaga 29 Tango, just a quick correction, the QNH 1017.
QNH 1017.
That's correct, QNH. Good. Henry's getting the weather for Cord, is that? Well, I forgot what that is. It's not Chicago, is it? Can't remember. Right, there's top of descent, let's go. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet requesting descent.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet is on maintain flight level 140.
So maintain flight level 140, Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. So, I'm going to do this on MCP. So 140 is set. I'll select level change. It's a bit bonkers, but let's just try it one more time. Idle thrust. Yeah, 1,000, 2,000 feet per minute. They need to tweak that. It's way too aggressive in pitching down. Honestly, that would be less than 0G.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, due to sequence and that you both guys are doing different approaches and it's not an RMP, I will need you to join hold over my Gecko Romeo at flight level 140 until the preceding aircraft lands safely.
Roger, Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet will hold at my Gecko Romeo.
That's correct, hold over my Gecko Romeo, flight level 140.
Right, damn it. This can hold, I think. Hold.
Pacific 7260, heavy contact Mike at TIA controls, 1285.
Cool. It's great. Well done, Indie Builds. You know,
Pushback,
Indie Builds. Just Flight. You know, they've modelled this holding in the FMS.
Tiago Spike.
So 140, 230 knots. We'll start reducing now. There's no point going fast if we're going to hold. It's the only way we could do it because there's an aircraft obviously flying the RMP and they can't accommodate an aircraft on the ILS for 20 and someone doing the RMP on 02. It's going to be aircraft all over the place. So we've entered the hold. 213 right hand turns.
Copa 161 continues
Reduce the speed to 230
3,000
knots.
feet. QNH in Cartagena 1007. That's correct.
Steve, Microsoft Flight Sim 22 gusting 20. Gusting 100, changing direction every 0.5 seconds. They really need to sort that out. Yeah. Yeah. And turn off realistic turbulence. Because it's not realistic at all.
Packet 29 Tango fully established on the localizer 20.
29 Tango, circle to land runway 02 is approved for base.
Yeah, just bad timing.
Circling 02.
Marcus, do you fly the ASFS? I don't know what that is, so no, probably. There we are, there's 230 knots. Nice and quiet as we descend. So I'll advise him when we enter the hold at Mike Echo Romeo and see if he has an estimated approach time for us as well. Just speed to 230 knots. Been an awesome little stream, really enjoyed this. What a beautiful afternoon as well. The weather could have been really gnarly. Oh, sorry, Marcus. Active Sky from Microsoft Flight Simulator. I've got my answer, I think. Yeah. No, I used to use Active Sky in X-Plane quite a bit. When it started in X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12 went really well with the weather. On launch it was rubbish, but they sort of fixed it. It was really stable and it was really nice. And now it's sort of both sims. I think Microsoft Flight Simulator is better at depicting METARs and live weather. X-Plane has sort of fell behind a bit in that regard. I think the visibility in haze looks really nice. But the last few streams I've done in X-Plane with winds or crosswinds and variable winds, it's been gnarly. So yeah, maybe I should look into using Active Sky. I'll have to see. Beautiful. Looking good. Did the meta come from a mild tornado? You do get these variable 5 gusting sort of 20 sort of variable winds occasionally. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but you do see it occasionally happen. Usually it's a given direction eventually by the time you get closer. Yeah, Andrew, I think I agree. General atmosphere looks better in Microsoft Flight Simulator. For sure. Alright, so we're out in the hold. Manizales. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Just entering the hold at Mike Echo Romeo. And if possible, do you have an estimated approach time? noticed it.
Start your approach in 4 minutes.
Roger, thank you. I'll back at 20 Romeo Juliet. Is he going to hold? Yeah, there we go. Right turn. Good job. It's nice that, you know, the BAE 146 is a really nice add-on for Just Flight as well. The Avro RJ just gives you that ability to fly modern approaches on the network, you know, holding capability in the FMC. Again, you can fly RP approaches in this airplane, it's just this one is authorization required. But yeah, it's a superb little add-on, this. Really nice. So fuel, we're down to 3.6 tons, need 3 tons to divert to Bogota. Good. Awesome, it's doing a really nice job holding as well, look at this. It's gone VS 1000. We've got the cool jazz playing in the background. I actually got quite a few aircraft from Just Flight, including their PA-28s. All excellent, yeah, all their GA stuff is really good. I mean, Just Flight have been going for years and years as well. They're a really established developer. They've been making add-ons to all the original Microsoft flight simulators. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Carpfish. Yeah, their Fokker F70 F100 are going to be absolute gems. Again, they make really niche aircraft.
Alpaca 29 Tango, turning pace.
Alpaca 29 Tango, runway 02, wind variable 3 knots, gusting 20 knots, clear to land.
Runway 02, clear to land, Alpaca 29 Tango.
Compass 47, retrocede
nicely established. Doing a really nice hold. You don't want to be much like 14,000 either. Actually, hold on. What's the transition level here? Should I be on the QNH? Oh no, it's flight level here. It's good transition out, she's 11,000.
Afirmativo, del kilo 4649 Golf.
The music's quite well suited to flying in Colombia.
1010, descenso a discreción, autorizado del kilo 4649 Golf.
Awesome. That is superb. Again, massive thanks to Takeoff Design for all the scenery today, and all the airports as well. Tomago should be fine.
Crossing Mike Echo Romeo, sorry, this is level 120. Crossing Mike Echo Romeo, clear for ILS runway 20.
So maintain flight level 120 after crossing Mike Echo Romeo, cleared ILS Zulu runway 20, and just confirm that will be to break off circle to land 02.
Exactly.
Gracias. Okay, 120 set, we can cleared approach, vertical speed, turn the music off now. 6,000 feet, so already 7,000 feet above the ground, post-cruise checks coming. Lights on, angle of bank, still at 25, I think. There we are, now his pressurization's all good. Div pressure 2.9, and the cabin altitude's already matching the elevation set. Just verify the belts are on.
Welcome to Pasto.
Where's the seatbelt signs? There it is, checks complete. Okay,
Okay,
hold here then. Exit holds. Execute. Ah, superb. Really nice. Okay, so flight level 120. After Manizales, we can descend down to 9,000 feet on the QNH 1017. So we have to wait until we've passed Mike Echo Romeo because the minimum holding altitude is 120. Beautiful. Chick. Sort of done a bit of a lazy turn with the exit hold though. It's just
flown
directly to my Kicker Romeo, but
disconnect because we overshot the runway. Nonetheless, thanks for your service, and see you next time.
Perfect. Sorry, what happened to Ruben?
Don't worry.
Good, so then we can... Oh, it's already going direct to CF20 by the looks of it. I think it's just lining up with my Kicker Romeo, then it's going to go direct to CF20. Yeah, the Avro FMC. I think it's the correct FMC though. Yeah, very similar to the 7.3. It's great. Right, can I turn my brake fans off now? Yeah, I think so. I'll put them in the auto position now. There we are, inbound. And passing by Kicker Romeo. So we can now descend down to 9,000 feet. Vertical speeds. We'll just do 1,000 feet per minute. 230 knots is fine. Set QNH 1017. Apparently it's 1009, but we'll press 1007. ILS is coming alive. 007 set passing. 11,700 for 9,000 feet, and the standby altimeter is set. Cool. So remember, we're not going to arm approach on this.
Copa 161, runway 01, the wind is...
Just, I had an overrun.
16 knots, careful there.
No, Ruben had I was a bit too high in front of it, too fast. Uh-oh.
Pushback at 20 Romeo Juliet, clear circling to land runway 02, report base.
Circle land runway 02, we'll call you base leg. Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet.
Correct.
Alright, cool. So we've got the DME coming up now. ILS 1107, make sure it's set both sides. Active 1 and 2. So the distance wise, we know we're going to intercept the localizer at... hold on, I'll bring the chart up here, can't I? Arrival, approach. There we are. So at a DME of 9.8 miles. And at 9.8, we need to be at 9,000 feet. There's the glide slope. Remember, we are not going to be using approach mode. VNAV isn't available, Vincent. It is here, but like with the Pilot Avro RJ, it's not sort of installed or fitted. They just used the Honeywell MCP, which had a VNAV button. Flying at localizer, only approach using vertical speed. Ruben, did you switch to the Avro RJ? Glide slope's coming alive now anyway, so going to start extending flaps. If we go to init, we can get all the flap data here. So for courses, it's really good actually. 119 knots with flap 33. Okay, correct sensing, localizer alive, arming Vorlock. Localizer capture, runway heading 201 set. We're going to have this little brief level segment. Let's take a natural flops. Bug 180 knots. Oh, those sound effects are so good. We'll start the flight recorder as well. Awesome. Okay, another natural flops. I do technically need a little level segment here, but we're always a little bit fast, I think, for the next flap setting. Whoops. So used to flap 5 being selected, but 24, I think we're going a little fast. Now we'll level off at 9,000 and approaching descent. So circling minima, 7,700 feet set. We're going to use vertical speed. Ooh, why is it diving? Why is it diving? Whoa, 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 vertical speed. I have no idea why it dived there. I think it was just some crazy winds going on here. Right, we're going to fly at 160 knots and flap this flap here. Okay, 8,700 feet. What's the wind doing here? 14 knot headwind. I should be landing off this runway. Alright, should be doing some altitude distance cross checks here as well. Oh my goodness me. Where's the distances on this table? I've only got speeds. It's not a problem. We can just level off at 7,700 feet. don't want to be too low on the glide though. I'm this is crazy. Alright, let's drop the gear. Flap 30. I'm going to select landing flap when we turn final, 140 knots. We got way too low, way too early. So out capture 7,700, but because I'm a little bit low, there's the runway, look. Because I'm a little bit low, I'm just going to wait until I'm on the glide slope. It did a horrible dirty dive. We're just going to maintain this speed, gear down, flap 33 until we break off. We should be around glide slope capture, so I can preset the heading. So we're going to fly heading of 246. Oh gosh, the aircraft's yawing left and right. What is going on with? Look at the Microsoft Flight Sim winds. It's yawing like it shouldn't yaw like this. Okay, correct distance glide slope is captured. Let's break off heading 246. Heading select, and we can now set the missed approach altitude, which is flight level 120. 120 set. So to fly a track 246. We've got a wind from the left, so I'm going to probably fly 244. The green diamond is the track. Oh, I'm going to have to start a timer on my phone. It's 20 seconds now, so it's 15 seconds.
directo final a la 20, notifica final corto.
Volará directo a la final pistado 0, notificará final corto pistado 0.
Well, hardly any, coming up to 20 seconds in 5 seconds time. Okay, 20 seconds, got hardly any headwind tailwind. Okay, turning downwards. Crossing's on the left, so I'm going to probably bug. Oh no, I'm 25 degrees. 200, 199. Just make sure we're tracking the runway.
To gate 5 by
green diamonds.
Bravo, control out. 1941, take a plan about call and follow from afternoon.
Alright, there's the runway. We're tracking about 208. Oh, look at the yaw, look at the yawing. 205, so I can take it. We've got a crossing with our left, so a couple more degrees to the left. Next thing is a beam the runway will start timing. Going so slowly in this thing as well. Soon here is spectacular. This is the add-on. So this is Takeoff Studios making this add-on and all the terrain correct. So we're at the circling minima. Well, it should be at 7,700 really. Alright, what's our track? Tracking should be 201. We're on about, 202, 203 with the green diamond. So that's our track. Our track's good. There's the runway. Just need to call it base leg. Train pull up. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the timing. 52 seconds, remember. So I can use the clock here. I think so, Marcus. Have a look. Load this airport by default and see if the terrain looks correct. I think he's done the work on the terrain here. Just make sure that, because the wind changes unrealistically in the sim. Yeah, look, we're getting a little bit towards the runway now, so I'm going to go back onto a heading of 200. Gosh, yeah, it does get close to its terrain. It certainly will after 50 seconds. Awesome. Spectacular. Alright, getting ready for a beam the runway. 52 seconds, minus any tailwind component. Full crosswind, so hardly any. Okay, timing now. 52 seconds at 05. So when the seconds at 57, we'll start our turn. There's no correction for wind. This is so hard in the desktop simulator. In fact, what I'm going to do is save this view, so when I turn, I think I can actually hold on. Where's my little camera? Yeah, I can actually do that when I'm turning. Okay, cool. So when the second's at 57, we'll turn final. What was our V-fly? 124 knots.
I'm back at 0 runway for the runway 0 to Pasto, wind variable 3 knots, gusting 20 knots, clear to land.
May 02, clear to land, Alpaca 20, Romeo Juliet.
Speed checked. Flaps 33.
Okay, 2 secs. 2, 1, turn. My QDM is, I can't remember now, 201. 021. Landing flap. Bug 124. So flaps 33, green light, lights on, checks complete. Oh, it's so hard. This is where it's not impossible in a desktop simulator. Come on, auto throttle. Trying to see any sort of pappies, 4 whites, you know what? Disconnecting. I'm just gonna have to sort of wing this. Yoke cam going on. It's so hard in a desktop sim to do this. A bit high, that's fine. Just keep descending. Just watch my rate of descent. I don't want to do anything really too silly over 1,000 feet per minute. Should have disconnected and started descending a bit sooner. I should probably stay in this view. A bit high, a bit fast. My rate of descent's really too much. We'll get 3 whites. It's a very shallow glide path, wasn't it? It's like 0.3 degrees. What's the wind doing from the right?
1,000.
Turn off the flight directors. I don't need anything there. God, they're super shallow. The pappies must be super shallow here. Oh gosh, what is this crosswind doing? Too high, come on. Navigate's 300 feet. Ah, there's mine. There's mine. Pappy. I probably was destabilised. It's super shallow, this glide path angle.
1,000.
Terrain.
Yeah.
Speed.
500.
Oh! That was
100.
a big sink there. Massive sink.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
I don't want to float too much here. Go on, air brakes.
Ground guide.
Alright. Oh, a little bounce. Speed brakes out.
Yellow, green.
Gently lower the nose. Bit of
Pressure checked.
braking. Whew. Do you see that sink I had? I had to put on so much thrust. Oh,
60 knots.
that was wow. The glide path angle. I need to double check what it is. The pappies were so shallow. Just having a look at the RMP approach here. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pasto. What an airport. What an approach. Yeah, glide path angle of the pappies. So it's 3.2 degrees, but the pappy angle I need to double check. So low. It says 3 degrees, but it didn't feel like 3. My goodness. Anyway, I didn't overrun the runway, that's the main thing. What's my brakes? Oh, they're red hot again. I barely used them. Anyway, here we are. Beautiful. Yeah, did you see what I had to do about 200 feet above the ground? I had to shove on so much power.
Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet, welcome to Pasto. Continue backtrack, guest under discretion. Report, control out 195. 19410, takes land, but call for the flaster.
Thank you. Backtrack, vacate the runway, taxi to apron, and sorry, just confirm the last.
Control out 194.8. Thank you for flying on bus call. Have wonderful afternoon.
195 checks, and thank you so much to ATC Alpaca 20 Romeo Juliet. Can take a one here.
I hope you enjoyed our airspace. Have a wonderful day.
Of course, thank you. Perfect. There we are.
American 905.
This controller was fantastic all day. There we are. Yeah, that was a really sketchy approach. I felt like the glide path angle, the pappy angles was really shallow. I don't know. I thought I read somewhere before the stream that it was less than 3. I thought it was like 2.4, 2.5. Maybe it was at a different airport, but yeah, we were really getting low at one point there. Yeah, get those brake service. But what 2 awesome approaches to try out. Amazing. Awesome. Flaps coming up. speed brake stowed. Calling down the brakes. Awesome. Well, we survived, that's the main thing. Look, military helicopters here. Very nice. Oh no. The music. The music. Alright, let's start the APU. Remember to do it now. Right. That's the APU. It's like country and western. No. Right, GSX. What stand shall we take? There's 4 available. Looks like one's taken. Let's go for number 2. There we are. Alright, do a bit of a clean up. Brakes ignore. 2000. Stand by. Oh, I'm trying to taxi into. Oh, I can't get it on. Gosh. My brake's getting stuck. 2000 standby. Lights can come off now. Strobes. AP on the bus. Stand number 2. We can zip along in this Avro, that's for sure. There we are. Getting a bit hot. Oh, I can't. There we are. That'll do. Right, parking brakes, APU's on the bus. Welcome to Pasto, Antonio, Narino, Colombia.
Cabin crew, doors behind you and
There we are. Very good. God, that was a hard working stream. 4 hours. Oof. Right, disembark. Get these passengers off. There we go. Stairs will hopefully. Oh, I need to extend the stairs myself, I think. And here comes the dreadful music again. It's you on. Why is the stairs not coming out? Oh, they're going to have to jump. Oh well, shut up. There we are. Wow, that was awesome. 5, yeah, nearly 4 hours. The time's gone quick, but 2 excellent approaches to 3 great airports we've seen today with GSX. Sorry, with GSX, with takeoff studio simulations, and I couldn't think of a better airport to take this aircraft on. Both those airports, you know, superb. Really, really nice add-on. We love the Avro RJ. Something a bit different. Flying in Colombia. There we are. Awesome. Chocks maybe. No, I'm going to go straight to the replays any second now, so I'm not too bothered about the chocks. In fact, I'll stop the recording here. Yeah, awesome stuff. So yeah, Colombia. I've done so many flights in Colombia now. Let's check out New Sky anyway. Oh yeah, I need to turn off the beacon light, don't I? That's probably why. Yeah, close flight. Oh, get out of here! Incorrect QNH said. What's the QNH here? 1017. Oops! QNH blunder error. Didn't the controller say 1007? Oh, I must have misread him. That's how Paris Charles de Gaulle incident. I've got penalised for taking the wrong QNH. 100. It was 1017. And I said 1007. Why didn't any of the 200 people watching catch that? I did that on purpose. And you failed to catch it. And resultingly, because you failed to catch the thing I did on purpose, I've been penalised. I've been penalised by New Sky. 9.5 because I got the wrong QNH set. No wonder it was shallow. Well, it shouldn't make any difference if it was shallow, because I was only flying visually then. But on the circle, that would have made a difference. You know, 300 feet. 300 feet off the correct altitude, which is probably why I was high. Yeah, 1007 set. 1017. Oops. Ruben, 18 said it at least 3 times. And I must have read back 1017 set 1007. It's alright, yeah. Well, you guys failed to spot the error, which I clearly did on purpose. Can't believe Q&H blunder error is the mistake I made. That's a real threat in real life as well. Yeah, look at the Charles de Gaulle Airbus incident. That was really scary. Anyway, look, we've got the passengers levitating down, but lovely scenery. Thanks to Takeoff Studio for sending me the airport stay for the stream. You can go check those out. Really reasonably priced. They're all in the marketplace. I've got a few other airports that sent me, so I'll have a look at those at some point. But I'm all Avro RJ'd out for now. Awesome stuff. Right, look, we'll log off of that sim. The controllers were fantastic. I say controllers, only had 2. That Bogota center controller provided ATC pretty much for the entire duration of today's stream, which is absolutely brilliant. Clear the flight data, we'll get rid of that, and yeah, let's have a look at the landing then, because that was El Sketchio on short final. I had to shove on so much power, and because of the altitude here, it really, the density altitude is so high, it really struggled when I added the power to sort of maintain the altitude here. Let me just get rid of GSX here. GSX. We'll exit Moby Flight as well. Restart Google. Exit. That's fine. Perfect. Right, I'm just going to load the panel state for the ready for takeoff.
Ready for takeoff selected.
Spam the landing flap. That should be all that we need for the replays. Fuel on quickly. I'm not sure how quickly it's going to start the engines, but let's just go straight to the replay, see what happens. And cue the fucking replay music, of course, if I can find it. Right. Yeah, that was sketchy.
Traffic.
Oh gosh, did I log off that sim? Yeah, I did. Yeah, the engines, unfortunately, are not going to match what actually happened here. So we can only see visually because the replay tool doesn't remember the engine. So a bit high. There's the rate of descent, 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet, 800, 900, boom! And look at the speed drop.
500.
Look.
100. 1,000.
I don't know if that's instantaneous or correct the wind, but look at I lost all the energy there. Sort of flight director. I don't know if the wind's correct here, but you can tell. Look at the indicated airspeed. If I just pause it here. Watch the indicator. Oh, look, I think it's because I paused it. Yeah, look, 123, 122.
Terrain.
All the thrusters, all the speed's gone. Look, I lost about 5 knots in a second. Added a load of power to level off.
50.
Yeah, I've logged off first.
40.
Yeah. Butter or bust. Replay's good, they just need to sort out the audio. Yeah, that was sketchy. And then I just lost all my headwind. It's high here. Just got the third red. My rate of descent was a little too high. Yeah, this should be a go around at that rate of descent at this altitude. So my speed was good. Remember, VREF was 100. VFly was 124, and then look, 124 to 119. I lost 6 knots there, and that loss of lift
100.
is why I went from 2 reds, 2 whites. Have a look at this again. I'm on speed. I press play. I'm on speed. 124, 124.
Terrain.
I lose 6-7 knots in a second, and look at the aircraft sink.
500.
It's a bit of, that's like a wind shear, a bit of wind shear, you know. But I just shoved the power on
50.
and that recovered
40.
the vertical profile.
30.
This is the engine sounds. There's a little bounce there, look. I don't know if that would float as much as that. Sound effects are funny. Yeah, probably 737 Adventure, the racing runway did trick my visuals, but let me look at 2 reds, 2 whites. just trying to look at that. That does still look really shallow. I don't know. I mean, I'm ignoring the terrain here, but I'm looking at my usual picture of a runway. 2 reds, 2 whites here. Ignoring, obviously we can't see the terrain. That looks low on my picture of what I'm used to seeing. I don't know. I'll have to double check with the dev what the Pappy angle's set to. That 737 edges is
terrain.
I don't know. I mean, I've sat about 8,000. Oh, look at that sink.
500. 100.
Really?
50. 40. 30.
Yeah.
20. 10.
Did float a bit there. But that 6 knots lost of indicated airspeed and sinking was sketchy. Anyway, look guys, what we'll do is I think we'll have to do a little bit of the circle on the replay, won't we? There we are. I think we'll go from that view and then you can see a bit of the airport too. Press play. Perfect. Well, there we are guys. Thank you very much for joining in on another Flight Sim live stream in Colombia, the excellent Avro RJ100 from Just Flight aircraft available from Just Flight directly or from the Contrail store, and the link is pinged as well if you want to get 10% off this fantastic aircraft. It's a lovely add-on. Had a lot of fun flying it today. Thanks to Takeoff Studio for sending me the scenery as well for the stream in Colombia. All that information can be found in the video description, and also you'll find more information on the marketplace and all the various stores where you can find the scenery too. Anyway guys, look after yourselves, enjoy next week, and I've got a lot of flights coming up next week back flying, which I'm looking forward to. Next stream will probably be end of next week. I do have a standby, but best thing to do is subscribe, push the bell icon to stay up to date with the latest content. Anyway, take care guys, look after yourselves, see you all soon, bye bye.